Please call the roll.
Cabal?
Here, remote.
Thank you.
Where are you, Commissioner?
My basement.
Which is in what community,
Oh,
please?
Fairmont.
Thank you. You're so funny.
Cowell.
Here.
McGillivray. Here. Powell is not here yet. Charles?
Present.
Long is not
Is
here yet.
coming late.
Coming
She
late?
just texted me.
Moss?
Here.
Martha?
Here.
You have a quorum.
Extreme prejudice.
Thank you. We also have Commissioner Gershenson here if we need someone, but this is not a voting meeting. This is an informational meeting, so we're fine. Let's all rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. Okay, so we will move into our budget hearings. We're starting today with item 4A, the district court. So if you folks would all introduce yourselves and walk us through your presentation, and then we'll have questions, I'm sure.
Thank you.
So, good morning.
afternoon. I'm Joe Fabrizio. I'm the Chief Judge currently with 52nd District Court, which is broken into 4 different divisions. I'm physically seated in the Clarkston building, the 52-2. And seated with me are the court administrators of each of the 4 respective divisions. And so I guess I'll let them introduce themselves, starting with 52-1.
I'm from 52-1. I'm Alexandra Black, the court administrator for the Novi District Court.
I'm from 52-2. I'm Brett Derry. I'm the court administrator in Clarkston.
I'm from 52-3. I'm Amy Luce, the court administrator in Rochester Hills.
Hi, Jennifer Phillips, 52-4, Troy and Clausen.
The 52nd District Court, as I'm sure most of you know, encompasses about 75% of the geographic area of Oakland County. It's a Class 2 district court, which means it's county funded, as opposed to the remaining 25% of the county, which are Class 3 courts funded by their local municipalities. The 52nd District Court is the 2nd largest district court in the state of Michigan, second only to the 36th District Court, which is in Detroit. We heard approximately close to 100,000 cases last year. District court by definition is a high volume court, but certainly the 52nd District Court has an extraordinarily high volume of cases comparative to many. We do operate individually and together as a team. So each of the divisions have their own, are supposed to have their own basic infrastructure, each with a court administrator that is in charge of the day-to-day operations. But we pool a lot of resources. There's a lot of sharing and assisting that happens on a daily basis. As the need arises. For example, in the current environment, we have been, along with everybody, dealing with COVID issues and labor shortage issues, and when the need arises, we're able to shift on an occasion employees from one courthouse to the other, or court administrators can come and assist as needed. It has placed quite a strain on the operations, though, and when I say it has, I mean both the labor shortage, the COVID issues. Just last week, the Clarkston District Court had lost 1/3 of its employees due to COVID issues, and so it's obviously a challenge to operate in this environment. Not to mention caseload, which has resumed back to pre-COVID numbers. You know, obviously there's a big dip in numbers during the initial period after the pandemic hit, but we have increased back to pre-COVID numbers, and we are having, case delays, if a witness or a juror or an attorney calls in with COVID, obviously that's going to delay the case. We've had a number of other challenges dealing with the ensuing mental health crisis that is associated with many of the stresses, partly due to COVID, but other factors. And so we'll go into a little bit more detail about some of the challenges that we're dealing with and how we're overcoming some of these issues, and also maybe some assist that we can get from the county in dealing with these issues moving forward. The proposed budget that's been presented, in large part, we're asking for the commissioners to adopt, with one major deviation, which again we will address. We have identified, and Human Resources has also identified a glaring issue with the infrastructure as far as how we are staffed, and we need some assistance there. And so the budget currently as proposed does not take that into account. So with that, we have this wonderful PowerPoint presentation that Alex has put together, and I'll let Alex Black take it over from there.
Okay, thank you, Judge. So as you can see on our first slide, we wanted to highlight some of the things that we thought maybe the commissioners, newer commissioners who have been here a long time aren't aware that we do. I know you hear a lot about our specialty courts, but as I think most of you in this room know, we've started our mental health court that is assist people countywide. It's not just for the 52nd District Court, but as the judge mentioned, I think most people don't realize that our 52nd District Courts encompass about 75% of the Oakland County population. But we serve everyone, right? Anyone who comes through and gets a ticket or anything, we serve that population. Well, we are serving that population as well in our mental health court. We received our first year grant funding of it was originally $34,000. We went back mid-year and asked for some more funding so we could get a mental health liaison. I think I appeared in front of most of you, talked about getting that additional money in. Our funding was low our first year because we were in a planning stage. So they only give you so much when you're in a planning stage, which turned out to be rightfully so. We didn't need all the money that they were giving us or that I was asking for. Now we've applied for a second year of $124,000. The application's pending. I'm hopeful. We are going to continue this program one way or another. One of the things we want to highlight is we did go and ask for that grant money so we could do this program without coming to the board and asking for funding for a probation officer or a mental health liaison. We will find alternative sources, if possible, to get the funding we need to help the people that we help in our courts. Currently, I just thought you'd like an update. We have 19 participants. We have our first graduation expected in January 2023. You will all be invited. We're hoping to have it here at the auditorium. We think it's going to be a really important graduation, and I think a lot of people are going to be very pleased with what the improvements they see in these lives. The other specialty courts that all of the district courts participate in, we all have sobriety court and drug court programs. Our grant funding for those things are totaling $307,000. Again, we wrote those grants ourselves. We don't have grant writers. We do it ourselves. And we do a great job of getting the funding that we need instead of coming to the county and asking for those funds for these programs that do help people countywide. We also have our statewide Veterans Court program that's housed in my location, but all of the courts participate in that as well, and we accept transfers from every other district court. In fact, we accepted transfers from, I think it was Perrysville or something, Ohio, at one point. So we try to make sure that our services are far-reaching to people who need. And then, of course,
I want to stop you there just for a second to ask about that specifically. Do you get paid by the other courts for taking their people?
No.
You just, if somebody, Farmington Court wants to send you somebody to sobriety court, you take them, but the Farmington Court doesn't cough up any money for that?
No, they do not cough up any money. The participant themselves, if they have money, then they pay for the probation oversight expense, which is what every probationer pays as like an oversight expense to have their case overseen. And, but the court themselves do not pay us to take those transfer cases, and we take them every day. We have lots of, we know how many we take every year because we have a T code, so we give it a special case number. And I can't speak for the other courts, but I know that they take transfer cases, but I know that in my place with the Veterans Court, Mental Health Court, and all of our other specialty courts, I mean, it's in the hundreds. But we never ask those other courts for money. The other thing that we do for a lot of other courts is the weekend arraignment, a weekend holiday arraignment program, which we don't really talk about too much while we're in here, but just again, for knowledge sake, we run a weekend arraignment program that's run out of my location. I oversee the program. We have 2 clerks and a magistrate every weekend and every holiday that arraigns anybody that's in the jail awaiting arraignment, that we have all the paperwork. So the prosecutor has to, get paperwork in the system, the police departments. It's a large coordinated effort to get those people arraigned and make sure that their rights are taken care of. We do that. We've been doing that since 1986, actually, and a lot of people don't even realize that, but we recently expanded to extend our services on holidays as well. A lot of the other district courts, let's say 50th District Court in Pontiac, they don't have a magistrate, and we have those resources, so those judges have to do the arraignments, and they have a very large caseload as it is. So then if we didn't do that for them, then they have to find somebody to arraign on holidays. They don't have the money for it. So I reached out and I talked to Judge Walker, and we arranged for them to be able to participate in the holiday program. I reached out to 51st, which is Waterford, 48th, Bloomfield, 44th, Royal Oak, 45th, and said, we are willing to do this for you guys. They were very grateful because now it saves, of course, their court money from not having to have those resources available, because we are required to have somebody available to arraign 7 days a week. So, we serve.
But again, you don't get paid
We do
by
not.
the outside courts
Since
that you serve.
1986, never taken a dime.
Okay, thank you.
So we serve a total of 9 district courts when we do that, but it's far-reaching. We have over 40 municipalities and townships, police departments that feed into that program. So we arraign a lot of people on the weekend and make sure that they're taken care of. Okay, any questions on that slide, or you want to save questions to the end? Okay. All right, so the next thing we have is the budget reduction revenue increase efforts. So we just wanted to highlight some of the things that we have done over the last couple of years to try to be fiscally responsible and respond to the requests of the executives. So in 2020, we had a budget line item reduction of $98,000 per administration request. They had come to us and asked for $191,000 out of our budget. We didn't, no exaggeration, it was very difficult to come up with $98,000, but we did, because they did say, we want to come back to where the departments have a balanced budget of money they actually need, not like, here's my want for this year. So if you have a need later on, come to us and we will listen to you and we will provide you with what you actually need. So that's what we did. We shaved it down even farther than it was in 2007. In 2020 also, because we recognized that the county was in a little, we were all having financial problems, right? We increased our fines and costs in the traffic area, in the traffic tickets, to come in line with the rest of the state. So we're at the state average now. We never want to be charging more than the state average. It's not a good look, and we don't think it's appropriate. So we were quite behind, so we did increase that in an attempt to bring our revenue up. And as I think you guys have in the paperwork, our operating budget is at about $18 million, and our revenue side is expected to be around $12 million. Well, obviously with COVID, first of all, we didn't have the cases, and second of all, asking people to pay was a very difficult task. So our revenue had gone down quite a bit in mid-year 2020, 2021. It's starting to creep up again, obviously, now that we've got cases increasing and people are working. But our traffic tickets, thank God we did that, because the hit to our revenue would have been even bigger. So we did increase that in an attempt to try to mitigate that. And then in 2021, we had the reduction of staff. They did ask, I'm sure you guys are all aware of the workforce planning reduction plan that we all had to do. And we reduced our staff by 294,000, excuse me. So this year, they'd asked us to reduce by more staff members. We really can't do that and be effective and provide proper services to the community. In 2022, we have increased our collection efforts. We've utilized our collection clerks. We've all developed a collection clerk for this purpose to make sure that when we're asking people to pay, that they have the ability to pay. We don't want to continue to ask people who don't even have the ability to pay and then put them on payment plans, their interest-free payment plans, but it does increase our collections. We determine indigency and the uncollectibles. We have tax garnishments, wage garnishments, and the warrant amnesty programs that we've been putting on to get people to clear their warrants so they don't have outstanding issues, but also to get them to pay. And then the continued share resources, we gave you just an amount of approximately $569,000. What we did was we took a look at how many probation officers did we send to another court when COVID hit, or when somebody was out on leave, or for instance, when we were short a court administrator and I was covering in Troy. That was a savings of about $50,000 because of the time span that we were waiting to get this awesome new court administrator. So that ended up working out really well for us, but obviously that's a difficult task to do. All in that, this last year alone, we figured that it was a savings of about $569,000 by using our shared resources instead of going to HR and saying, we need an emergency salary person, we need a substitute court recorder, we need somebody to cover in Troy. We didn't do that. And then there's the ARPA funding request that we have put forward. Now, I just want to say we don't really have an update on that. We were told in May to put through these ARPA funding requests. I have reached out to the individual who does make the ARPA, I guess, puts our request through, and we're not really sure where we are on this, but we did ask for an automated probation check-in, which is where somebody would come to the counter and check in just like in a doctor's office rather than have a physical person go up to them. It mitigates COVID contact and also could allow for us to maybe in the future not need as many people, which is one of the things the county has continually asked us for. It's really difficult when we don't have proper technology. That, again, video courtrooms, same thing. We have to have court recorders. If we had video courtrooms, we wouldn't have to have a court recorder. We could have a judicial secretary, which doesn't cost as much money and isn't required to be in the courtroom. Laptops for staff. As you've heard us say a couple of times now, we haven't been able to allow our staff to work from home. So when there is a COVID issue, we're stuck with saying, okay, now you have to burn your time because we no longer have the COVID leave, and her 12 people had to burn their vacation time because it was a requirement for them not to be in the office, and we didn't have any way for them to work from home. We don't have laptops to allow them to take home, so we're not going to ask them. They can't even use their personal laptops to access JAS, which they can't do from home unless it's a county laptop. There's so many things that we're so far behind technologically that prevent us from being able to do the things that the county's asking us to do. And I guess, I don't want to be adversarial. It's just a fact. And then there's the upgrade to touchless restrooms that we asked for too. That looks like that's going to go through on the ARPA. Very important. Wow. Nobody wants to touch the toilet. Did I miss? Oh, they're so fiscally responsible that they printed on both sides. I almost skipped a slide. Proposed budget deviation request. So this is what the judge was referring to. One of the things that we learned through the lack of having we already knew, I guess I should say. One of the things I learned, I have a deputy court administrator. I don't know how a structurally balanced department has a department head or a division manager, and then the next person is a supervisor over clerical staff. That's what we have in two of our district courts. In Clarkston and Troy, they've been operating without a deputy court administrator. Do you have a question? I'm sorry.
Madam Chair, what does structurally balanced in that context mean?
So in most departments, you'll have a department head or a division manager, and then you'll have a second in charge and a third in charge, and then you've got the larger, like, picture it like a tree, I guess, right? So then you've got your supervisors who are over all the clerical staff. That's how most district courts or courts in general are structured. If you ask circuit court, they have Kevin, and then they've got the deputy, and then they've got all these other people. Well, in district courts, because we're smaller, we have a court administrator, and most district courts have a deputy court administrator, second in line, and then you'll have an office manager, and then you'll have supervisors. That would be structurally balanced. That's what I mean in this context. So we don't have that in two of our district courts, and we've been talking about this for a long time, that it's been an issue. It makes it very difficult for the judges to have a go-to person. These are human beings. They're not robots. They do get sick. They do get vacation. They should be able to disconnect. And there is no disconnect when you don't have a second in charge or a third in charge. You just have somebody who's to oversee the clerical staff, and that's where we are. The district courts, when they were created in the 60s, they were much smaller. And this is one area that we've been able to identify over the years that this is just a big lapse. For me personally, why it became very glaringly obvious was when I had to go to Troy and work both courts, and I would have probably continued to help anyway, but if they had a deputy court administrator, that would not have happened. And we can't have that happen. I mean, it's just not structurally balanced, and it's not fair to the staff who are covering and trying to do the job of an administrator and having that kind of pressure on them and responsibility for the pay of a $50,000 supervisor. It's just not how it should be. And so we went to HR after my experience there and asked them to do a study. It's at the end of our slide. You will see the letter that they, at the end of our presentation, you'll see the letter that they provided us that they deemed it is necessary. We're not structurally balanced. We have one administration employee in each of those courts, and the cost would be $250,000, but it was rejected by finance. And the email that we received back was because we did not cut people, and if you don't have the money, you can't pay for it. And our response was, but you told us to get rid of all of our fat, and you would be able to help us if we came to you with our needs. Well, this is the response we got. So, and we understand and respect that, you know, the finance, you know, department has a purpose, and they have to keep things in line in the budget, but this is not what we were told. And so we cut things that we wouldn't have otherwise, we would have said, we can't cut them if you want us to be able to pay for them. And we can't cut more people and provide services. So that's the thing that we're asking for a deviation on, is funding for 2 deputy district court administrators. Are there questions before we? Yes, thank you.
Commissioner Long.
I just have one quick one. Was it the finance, not our committee, that we didn't vote?
No, I'm
Okay.
sorry, it was fiscal
Okay,
services.
thank you, because I'm like,
Sorry.
I remember good, and then I'm like,
Yeah.
I remember saying no to $250,000.
Right,
Okay.
because you would have
Thank
said, yes, I'm
I
certain.
know I will.
And here's your opportunity. Yeah, sorry, I
Before we go on,
misspoke.
anybody else?
No, that's
Commissioner
okay, I
Moss?
just was like trying to remember, like, did we turn this down? No. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much for coming and your presentation. One thing that seems to be a recurring theme is needs in the technology sector from a number of different departments. Have you come up with or made a sort of a proposal, a plan, what you'd like to see, what it would cost, where you would use it for, and if you haven't, you might want to think about that, about how to get the district courts up to where you think you ought to be, well, to the 20th century.
Yeah.
And then we can talk about the 24th. Yeah, then we can talk about the 21st. But so, I mean, after the 19th, you know, it's not bad at all. Is that the idea that maybe a plan of some sort to be ready in case money and support ever becomes available?
Yes.
To bring you up to speed, like what is everybody else doing? What are your peers doing? What are your peer courts? Yeah, I know you don't have any peers, of course. You are above them all. But nonetheless, what about, that's what I want to know. Have you done anything like that? And if
Yes.
you have not, no worries. Nobody else
No,
has.
we have, I assure you, I'm glad you asked this question.
Well, good. That makes two of us.
Yes, we have presented these same requests every year.
They just got
Every
internet,
year.
remember?
We were the ones,
Internet.
we got
I mean, was that
internet.
last year or the year before?
It was 2 years ago, and.
I mean, they just got internet 2 years ago, so.
But it, well,
Lucky
a year and a
them.
half, I guess, when it
Yeah.
finally
Yeah.
came in. But I mean, some of the commissioners were here when I brought that up at one of the meetings, and then it became a very large
Right.
topic of conversation, because I said, well, I mean, sure, I'd like to get rid of our library books, but we don't have internet, so I'm not sure how you want us to do that, because we have to provide the public with a library. So, yeah, that only took, I don't know, 5, 10,
Yeah, long
12
time.
years. So, yeah, we've continued, we put in all of our requests, we've gotten bids, we give them the amounts. In fact, we just were on the IT leadership meeting where we have to basically beg, borrow, and steal to be at the top priority. I presented from a funeral because it was so important to me and us to get the money that we needed for some of these technological needs that we've been begging for. So
Okay, so in other words, you do,
Oh, yes.
So in other words, you do have what amounts to a plan and a wish list ready to go.
Oh, yes, ready
Thank
to
you.
go. We're ready at any
And
point
quotes.
if you have money. Yes, and quotes.
Commissioner Charles?
I
Exclamation
think there's lots of merit to allowing them to finish, because there's some stuff in the name of the file that we call it is the one with the chart at the top. There's a black and white section, if you scroll to page 4, that speaks to some of the goals and new funding requests and things like that. And it's a lot of meat on the bone that I want to get chewing on, because I think we've got some work to do as a commission.
I really like how you think. So then going on to the next slide, we've got the ongoing special projects right now. The Clarkston Courthouse, you all were amazing last year when you allotted the $100,000 for the feasibility study. Unfortunately, we're still talking about it today. We're not really sure the status of that feasibility study. The last thing that we received was they had done the first phase. It's my understanding is we've been grouped or lumped with the overall building plan for Oakland County. So Plant Moran did determine that the square footage of $13,000 is unacceptable in that building, and that it should.
13,000 square feet.
I'm sorry, what did I say?
You said $13,000.
Oh, 13,000 square feet, sorry. 13,000 square feet is unacceptable. It should be approximately 25,000 square feet to be suitable. So they're at about half of what they should be building-wise for safety purposes, for just being able to not sit on top of each other and not end up with 2 rounds of COVID go through there. So we are still having security breaches. The second COVID outbreak in 18 months that wiped out a third of the staff. HIPAA violations, that's ongoing every day, and that is against the law, but that doesn't seem to matter. Completely maxed out in working space and storage. And then with this $100,000, like I said, the current status of Part 2 is unknown to us. We really haven't had a communication. Brett Derry, the court administrator there, has reached out many times to try to find out what the status is. Are we buying new land? Are we finding an existing building? We have no idea. So if anybody has insight,
Yeah.
we'd really like to know.
I've got a whole list of dates when I've emailed and called and no one ever responds. Nothing. No idea what's going on. We were supposed to have this part 2 in April, and I don't know, maybe they have it, maybe they don't. I have no idea.
All right. I think she's writing it down. You writing it down?
I'm writing it down.
Okay.
Don't give away my feelings.
This is a safe place.
I can hear your feelings
Staff is
anyway.
catching this too. So it becomes one of the questions of budget
Yes.
wrap-up that we want to deal with.
Okay, and if anybody could follow up, just let Brett know, since she is the department head there, and it does greatly impact she and Chief Judge.
The latest building issues?
Yeah,
Do you guys
please.
want to hear about the latest building issues? I just looked back the last couple of months. April 2022, we didn't have heat for 4 days. I sent an email, no response. We had toilet break during a jury trial. We had a jury room we had to turn into jail cells, and we paid 2 extra deputies to stand guard. I sent an email update to the executive team, heard nothing. In May of 2022, we had another toilet break. Reminder, we only have 2 toilets for 40 staff members, most of whom are women. Toilet breaks, floods the hallway and the tech room, and we found animals in the wall that month. In June of 2022, an elderly woman slips on a broken toilet seat. In July of 2022, the conference room springs a leak. The toilet breaks and floods the room again, and a second leak comes through and tiles fall on my head while I'm trying to address them, because we don't have any maintenance people on site, so when these things break, I'm up there fixing them, working with a wrench. August 2022, you've heard from the judge, a third of my staff got sick, and we sent them home to take their vacation time, and then to come back and sit as close as we're sitting right now, and I have to wish them the best of luck that they remain healthy. And I sent an email, no response. I asked for an update from the project manager on the building study May 19th, no update to give. I sent an email update to the project manager June 10th, no update to get. I sent an email to the executive team, can someone please tell me what's going on June 17th, no response whatsoever. I sent another email July 21st, an update to the executive team, can someone please tell me what's going on from this, it was supposed to be out in April, no response whatsoever.
Thank you. Commissioner Gershenson, then Commissioner McGilvery.
I'm always sorry I sit in on your presentation. It is so depressing. I can't stand it. I don't understand how workers can be sent home and then they have to use their vacation. Is that what you said, without pay?
When they run out of vacation time.
I don't even understand how that's possible. When you say you're sending emails to the executive team, we'd like to know who is not responding to you. I don't, maybe you want to tell us privately is fine, but that's unacceptable. And I don't understand why you're not charging the other courts. Is it because everybody's in such bad financial shape that you don't want to, or clearly you could use the income?
Yeah, we're going to run a bake sale soon. I think we've traditionally just never charged other district courts. We look at it as a partnership. We know that we receive county funding, and we recognize that. We've recognized that from the beginning. You know, I've been in a couple of these sessions where I've heard commissioners say, well, why are we giving all this money to these district courts? My district court and my district doesn't get money.
It's definitely true.
And, I don't want to, I'm not going to call anybody out when they say that, but I want to say this is why I'm presenting this today. We do serve those courts, and we don't charge them because we recognize that even though their revenue doesn't come streaming back to the county, ours does, but we do recognize that we have more resources than some of those other district courts, and we are all in this together, and these are county courts, and there's no way I could ever ask Pontiac to pay.
I understand. Thank you. That explains it a little bit. But boy, you've sure raised so many issues. It's a lot of things, and your staff doesn't have laptops to take home. I mean, that's insane.
I just got mine. That's here with me today 2 weeks ago. Don't tell anybody.
Okay.
She never hung up when they didn't answer.
That's right. Because I'm a bulldog.
I want to be mindful of time, so we're going to want you to keep going. But Commissioner McGilvery, you had a question?
Yeah, I'm curious. Can we get a copy of that memo that you have regarding all the turn downs from?
You'll have it today.
Okay.
Thank you. And Commissioner Kowal?
Thank you, Madam Chair. As a Finance Committee and as a member of Finance Committee, I certainly would like to have answers to this before our budget wrap-up meeting next Wednesday.
Agreed.
Because that's going to determine where I'm going to be at, where my vote's going to be, if we don't get some answers to this. This is ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous.
And it's
that
year
you're
after
being
year
ignored.
after year.
Yeah. So if we have to, as a committee, we need to maybe sign a letter to send it to whomever and say, we want some answers on this.
Okay.
Did you get laptops?
Or IT,
Yeah, IT again.
Commissioner McGilvery?
Yeah, just a few questions that I don't quite understand. You are through Oakland County where the 43rd, 44th are not.
Right.
Explain the difference in how that works.
The court system was designed back in the 1960s, and it first unfolded, they organized into three different classes of courts. A Class 1 court is funded by the state of Michigan, a Class 2 court is funded by the county, a Class 3 court is funded by the city or the township. And the way that it unrolled back in the 60s was that the more affluent or established parts of the county or of the state, they opted to run their own court system. So at the time, what makes up the 52nd District Court was mostly farmland. And so that's why 75% of the county at the time, which was mostly, rural, by default became a Class 2 court, as opposed to those city-organized courts like Royal Oak and Ferndale and Bloomfield. Well, those were thriving cities even back then, and they opted to run their own court system. So those are the Class 3 courts. And then the county stepped up, and rather than having it default to the state and have the state of Michigan running 75% of the Oakland County court system, Oakland County stepped up and said, those areas of the county that don't choose to run their own court system, the county will take on that task. And so that's how it was unfolded back in the 60s. There's been a lot of discussion at the state level as to, does this need to be readdressed as far as how the class system of the courts are organized? And maybe it made sense back then, maybe it doesn't so much now. But the fact is that this is a statutory organization of the courts, and that's how it's organized. And now she used to work, Jennifer Phillips used to work for the Supreme Court, so if I said anything
No,
incorrect,
everything he said is correct. It developed that way, and it is statutory, so it's not, people making decisions, it's statutory. There is a difference in how the fines and costs are distributed, though. So for the county courts, you get the cost portion. For the third-class courts, they get the fines and the costs. So it's not... There are some discrepancies, but you have to really evaluate it to see. When I worked in Waterford, we actually worked with Bob Dadow to try to come to the county, and basically the courts are a cost no matter who's funding, whether it's the community, whether it's the county. But the courts they have to be funded. There's also the Court Equity Fund, which feeds money back into the county from all of the district courts. Which also helps as a reason of why we would do things like the arraignments on the weekends. But if anyone has any questions, I'm more than willing to talk about it any time. It's a whole big system.
Madam Chair, I have one more question.
Okay, Commissioner.
I noticed that there was a large decrease in fines, and I'm curious why that is.
That was because of the hit in COVID that I had mentioned at the beginning. So as you see, we were originally we were slated to collect $12 million, and that was we were hitting pretty close to that target for many years. And then as soon as COVID hit, with the reduction in arrests and tickets and, all of the things that just came to a screeching halt, that really impacted our revenue. And then that has perpetuated, obviously, in 2021. Our caseload still wasn't where it should have been pre-COVID. But now this year, our caseload is creeping back up to where it was. Mental health crisis is increasing our caseload. The drug problem is increasing our caseload. So it's going back up because we can't continue to ignore these things, obviously. So the increase in revenue, of course, will follow. But that's why there was such a big decrease.
And one last question. How many magistrates do each of your courts have?
We all have one position that's 2,000 hours, but we each have magistrates that split those hours. So like I have 4 in my division, and I think 3.
2.
So those magistrates are all sharing one 2,000-hour position.
And we share magistrates.
Yeah, we share magistrates all the time.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Commissioner Charles?
Yeah, I jumped to the end of the presentation already because I have adult ADD. And I'm just saying, I sit on infrastructure, as many of us at this table do, and our agendas are light and, fluffy. And I feel like these things should have been coming before us on a regular cadence to be able to, HIPAA violations at a court, that's just beyond me. And everything else that was just named on that particular, or on this slide here. I don't even need to hear more. I just need to know why and who and how and what and all the other 5 W's and the H. And we can get this done. It seems like low-hanging fruit, but I digress.
Thank you. Commissioner Powell?
So I know I want to apologize for my lateness, and I also, what is your first name again?
Alexandra.
I just want to say thank you, because you always bring stuff to our attention. So thank you, because if we don't know, we can't help fix the problem, right? So just so you all know, she is an advocate for you all. One thing, and then I came in late. What is the total? Because I see all of this. So and you all may have answered this question, but if the proper funding was allowed, what's that total number overall? Is it under $1 million?
For which thing? So we were asking. Yeah. Yeah.
So it's a lot.
Well, okay, well,
It's in different
$250,000
pieces.
for the deviation that we're asking for. We're
Okay.
asking for a deviation to be structurally balanced in 2 of the district courts, to just summarize for you. We're missing a key administrator in 2 district courts. So that's the deviation we had been asking for. But in addition to that, we were talking about how we are so behind technologically. That
Oh, we
number
know
is-
that.
Yeah, so that is the other thing. And then, of course,
Okay.
the Clarkston Courthouse is the biggest problem we have. And you all had agreed to the $100,000 last year for the feasibility study. And
I remember.
And yeah, and I want to thank you guys as well, because this is a much different commission than I ever had to appear in front of. And you're so receptive, and you took the time to listen to us and vote for this $100,000. I just don't understand how year after year, as you said, you keep having to hear me say this, and it's depressing, but it's just a fact that it's every year.
Okay, so,
That was in a nutshell.
I have been very frustrated with the tech stuff. We all have.
Yeah.
So I just think whatever chair you decide to do with that, we need to kind of get on it. And I'm actually requesting now that since we do have, so especially with our courts, that they come to report to us on a quarterly, maybe every month, 2 months, I don't know, for us to kind of keep track of what's going on, to know, because this is getting out of hand. And the further we don't, the sooner we don't catch up. If we don't catch up, we're going to fall more behind.
You point out
And-
something
and-
I think we're all seeing, which is that this is, the technology piece of it is really across all of the courts.
Yes.
And some of the other
Department.
departments as well, but specifically the courts with all of the paper that they have to move. And so I have reached out to the chairman. Last night we talked about it. I talked to Sean Carlson this morning. I talked to Kyle Jen yesterday afternoon about it. I said, you're going to hear about this. We're going to bring this forward. We need to fix it. This can't continue the way it has been. So that's all I could do in 24 hours, but, okay, Commissioner. I'm sorry, let me finish.
Just one more question. Do we think if we collaboratively sent a letter or something with all our signatures, or we all start calling? Because that's what happened with legislation. When we want some change or some action, we all got to start calling. Do we need to call?
You know on the budget until it's taken care of too.
Yeah,
Right.
you're right about
Right.
that as well. Oh, this is what I want to ask. Can we check too for a lot of the things that our courts need? Can ARPA funding be used for that to expedite
Yes.
their requests?
And that's a good
that could
question.
be across the board.
That's a part of the conversation too, yes.
So with our IT requests, they did ask us to turn them into ARPA requests, and we wrote multiple ARPA funding requests.
And y'all sent them over already?
We sent them over.
When
so
did y'all send them? I'm sorry, Chair.
It was May.
Oh, so it was
Yeah.
just recent. Okay, and we do know executive, they had to pause for a minute because something, okay, but long as we know you all have sent it.
We did. Our only concern with it is a response I received today, because I was digging into, okay, they approved our touchless bathrooms, and that's great, and I have to do the next phase to get that money. But for as far as our technological piece, their response was, well, our understanding is it's going to be part of the IT upgrades. And I was like, no. We want ARPA funds for these things first and foremost, because why wouldn't we? They are part of COVID mitigation. And also, why would we go to the county when we can get ARPA funds? So I looped back and let Ken Dobson know that we are not, that's not our primary target, is to get it through IT upgrades and be in that mix of, we'll get to you when we get to you, because
Yeah,
we just can't do that.
Yep, okay. All right, at least you know where they're at. I know.
We have work to do.
We have a lot of confidence in our chair. She'll be on it, so.
Oh, I know.
Yeah, thank you, Gwen.
Okay.
And
Commissioner Long.
Yeah, I just have one question on the, that slide, the video court recording.
Oh, yes.
Is that just for Clarkston, or do you have video court recording in any,
We have one.
We're installing our first
Wow.
one next week in Troy. But what we're asking for is the same technology that they have throughout all of circuit court already. So to do all of the courts, actually, I think this is a little low because as
Yeah, I thought it was for
time
one
has,
court, yeah.
no, as time has gone on, the quotes have increased. So I think we're closer to 400,000 now. And we could have all of the 10 judges and all of the magistrates video. So it's.
So that could be ARPA too, though, because it's COVID, or, you know.
And we did, we made
we
a
wrote it. We have
I
the,
am just amazed, and I think all of us are disgusted, that we are so far behind in technology for our courts. And we're, you know, one of the wealthiest counties probably in United States. And so, we will work on this for you guys.
Well, that video system changed over for circuit, I think the last court went 2005.
Yeah.
That's how
We're
far behind
sub-
circuit we are.
Right, and
Oh.
as Commissioner Powell said, you know, that's a great point, that we're already behind and we continue to be behind.
Right.
So the more behind we get, everything we have is obsolete. So that's where, we're in the, I mean, you know, we're lucky we don't have dial-up.
You only got internet a year and a half ago.
Use my carbon
You just
paper.
told us, so, okay.
I will know, so.
All right, well, I'm going to throw it back to the people from the courts. Is there anything else you want to really highlight for us
Yeah, I don't
at
want
this
to,
time?
because I don't want you guys to end up going too long, but the communication from the, from HR is one of the things I really want to highlight. The compensation and classification unit, as you see on, can you go to that slide?
Slide, please. You want this one?
There you
Slide?
go.
Yes.
Gotcha, girls.
I wanted to skip the next one only because it's the outlook for future years we just talked about. We're going to expand our treatment courts. We're going to expand public court. Okay, Judge, my boss said to skip it. All right, so communication from HR, really important to highlight. Here we have the compensation unit and HR saying, yep, you definitely are not structurally balanced. You need a deputy court administrator in these two courts. We're going to end up with a lawsuit from one of these other employees that are being asked to do things that they shouldn't be doing, and they're going to screw something up. That's just really the bottom line. And so here it is. Here's the communication. We cut and pasted it so you could see what we got, and that's the response we got back was, well, you didn't cut people. You don't have the money. You can't have it.
Oh, so you didn't comply with the 4%, that's what they saying?
That's
Right.
exactly right. We
Right.
complied with 3%, even though we knew it was going to impact services last year. But then we didn't comply
So you're
with the 4%.
1%. You just had 1% to do.
Well, according to him, we had 256,000 that we had to comply with still, which is not 1%. And I'm sorry, I don't want me to say he, they included in our count of personnel, judges, which we have to have, magistrates, which we have to have, court recorders, which is, these are statutorily required. I can't function. So if you're going to include that in our number and then say, okay, now take your 3 or 4% or 7 or 10% from that, how is that even possible? Because if you include the amounts of those salaries and those people in there, I'm going to have nobody to process the paperwork. That's what the clerks do, the filing, to serve the public, the thing that you want us to do.
All of
best.
which is still on paper.
All on paper. So I can't reduce those people, so I'm in this big circle, we're all in this big circle, circling the toilet, of, here you are, we need you to cut people, but we can't give you technology so that you can cut the people, and you can't have people because you won't cut people. I don't know what else to do.
Okay.
Okay?
That's important.
Thank you. Thank you.
Anything else you want to tell us?
No, you have the communications from Plant Moran. That was really important for you, I think, to see the 25,000 square feet that they think we should have in Clarkston, and we have 13,000, which you heard. You're glad you missed it. It's terribly depressing, the amount of communication that has been ignored. But we really appreciate the commissioners. We really want to stress that we feel heard when we come here, and it's been fantastic. That's the only way we even got our Wi-Fi.
I know, that's crazy.
Yes.
Honest to God.
A year and a half
Yes,
ago.
100%. We would have never gotten that Wi-Fi had we not come here and verbalized and gotten the support we did. So we know that this is where we need
I
to
don't
be.
think any of us could believe there was no Wi-Fi.
I can't believe they still move all their records on paper, so,
I know.
you know,
Yeah.
it's insanity.
Any questions?
Yeah, anybody else? Going once, going twice, last questions? Well, thank you so much
you
for
so
coming in
much.
today. We are going to try and help you. These are complicated.
Charlie has a question.
Yes.
We might have to press
Charlie.
one.
I mean,
Oh, Charlie, I'm sorry. I missed you, Charlie.
Out of sight, out of mind. It's okay.
Yeah, that's what we
Is
do.
it okay if I ask a question real quick?
Yeah, real quick.
So, especially for you all, the people in the community have been hearing me ask this, but how does the Ross versus 36th District Court affect y'all related to bail reform, right? This is kind of a big deal, right?
Right. So, as you heard me mention the weekend arraignment program, we have magistrates that the chief judge has hired that we believe really pay attention to the person, the case in front of them, and they set excellent bonds that protect the community and also ensure the person's appearance in court. We go out of our way to check those, what has happened over the weekend, particularly since we are serving a big portion of the court, of the county. So it doesn't, I don't know about impact us, I don't think.
Well, I think some of the headlines are a little deceiving. The headline, of course, with that 36th District lawsuit was that the cash bond system has been eliminated in the 36th District Court. And that's the headline, but then you read what actually happened, and that's not what happened. What happened was the cash bond system has been eliminated except for in instances of flight risk and public safety concerns.
Right.
Well, if you look at the court rule and the statute as far as when cash bond should be imposed, those are the only two scenarios where a cash bond was supposed to be imposed in the first place. And so the notion that a cash bond system has been eliminated except in those two instances, I think is misleading. But obviously, there is a national movement to reform the bond system, and we are obviously paying very close attention to that.
Thank you. Thank you for the question, Commissioner. All right, I think we're done with you guys.
Thank you.
Listen, if you're hungry, we have munchies. People are welcome to whatever you want. We're going to take a 2-minute break so the staff can set up for the next group. Okay?
Thank you.
Take care.
Okay, round two. We are on to the Corporation Counsel and Risk Management Department. Let me get them up on my slide here.
201 in the big book.
Good morning.
Good
afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Sorry.
Good morning, Summer.
Yeah, please introduce yourselves and tell us what you want to tell us, and then we'll have questions.
Solon Phillips, the Corporation Counsel.
Diana McBroom, Director of Risk Management.
And Aaron Thomas, Deputy Corporation Counsel.
So I think the way we'd like to get started is just to give you a brief overview, and these will be items that we intend to address during the course of our budget presentation. So some of this you may already know, but just sharing it for purposes of our presentation. So in terms of Corp Counsel, our mission is to promote an awareness and to educate county employees about laws, regulations, and court decisions that impact the county and its operations. We also provide strategic advice to the county's elected and appointed officials and staff. Our client is Oakland County. If we are going to have a conversation about who our client is Oakland County, and we work with all of the elected officials and appointed officials and staff for the betterment of the county. But we often have conversations with division heads and electeds and talk about who is the client, and just wanted to really come in today and emphasize that Corporation Counsel's client is all of Oakland County. Yes.
Hold on just one second.
Sure.
Chair, me and McGilvery was trying to find out where in the small book they're located.
I don't think they're.
Oh, they're not in there? Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, I don't think they're.
Okay.
It's in there.
You can continue, I'm sorry.
No problem. A couple of the strengths of Corporation Counsel, again, we provide services to all of county government, and we think from that vantage point, it gives us an opportunity to be consensus builders. Obviously, sometimes different elected officials are at odds based on whatever their particular goals are, and we look at those as opportunities to build consensus, again, in an effort to move the county whole forward. One of the focuses that we intend to touch upon today is what we're trying to do around better litigation administration in terms of being more intentional about how we evaluate whether we handle cases in-house or we forward them to outside counsel. More specifically there, what we want to touch on is what we're engaging in, which is an attempt at cost controls. And we also, of course, are looking at opportunities for professional development in new and existing practice areas that we hope will improve the expertise of our attorneys. And so with that said, we have the budget presentation itself, which was pretty straightforward. But before I go to that, I don't know if risk management had something specific that they wanted to say, because that is a separate operation from Corporation Counsel.
I'll just be very brief.
Pull the microphone up close, please.
Sure.
Thanks.
I'll just be very brief. I want to say it's been a pleasure being at the county for the last almost 2 years, working on risk management issues, and in particular, the growing partnership with Corp Counsel. There have been, as many of you know, a number of challenges around risk management, safety in the county, safety of employees, which has really been my key focus. It's what most of my KPIs are developed around, and I hope to give you some improved numbers in the next year or so and some of the initiatives we've been doing. So appreciate the opportunity to be here today and answer any questions you have.
Great, thank you.
And so I appreciate that. We have a question.
Commissioner Powell has a
I was going to
question.
say, what are like some of, when you say safety of the employees, like what are some things under your hat that you focus on? Just to elaborate a little bit. So
Sure. Initially, some concerns about employees, in particular the trades areas, like OSHA, safety. I didn't deal so much with the COVID issues, but primarily other OSHA matters. employees ensuring that they have the proper equipment to be safe from fall protection, for example, the proper training. We implemented enhanced basic OSHA training at the facilities department when, they had new hires. You might be getting this specific training or that training, but not sort of a general, here's how you operate in a workplace kind of thing, right? So we established a safety committee over at FMNO, and we've reconstituted the Water Resources Safety Committee. And that is a broad-based committee. It includes employees as well as the unions, and then the leadership of those departments to provide an arena in which we can discuss safety concerns, and employees can bring safety concerns to the leadership of those departments.
Thank you.
And so one of the things that Dee and I have done is gone back to the origins of the Claims Review Committee and the establishment of a risk manager for Oakland County. And we did that in an effort to better understand sort of what the original principles were that led to the establishment of a risk manager. And one of the things that we've sort of rediscovered is the importance of the relationship between corporation counsel and risk management. For Dee, it's more than making sure that there's umbrella coverage beyond what the county's able to do with its self-insured status. We have been very intentional about creating a more thoughtful dialogue with those decision makers around the county, because we believe that a more informed decision maker hopefully makes decisions that lead to better outcomes. And this is something that we're being very intentional about, not at the stage where decisions have already been made, but when formative discussions are being held prior to decisions being made, in trying to either plan in avoidance of certain occurrences or having contingencies should certain occurrences happen.
Commissioner Charles had a question.
Thank you. My question is about chain of communications, perhaps, in terms of if people think that a violation or something that could potentially be a violation, I don't know, like HIPAA, how do, I'm trying to pick my question gently because of OMA, of course, but do people report things to you and then you investigate those matters? And if so, is it a phone number, an email? Is it directly to your department?
I'll let Dee speak for herself, because I think things work differently with risk management. Typically, employees do not necessarily call corporation counsel directly. Typically we have issues where we are contacted by management. And so that's kind of the way that things bubble up to us. I can tell you what I've seen, like with Wayne County in the city of Detroit, is I've seen an ombuds person, someone that the community contacts, and then it is that person's responsibility to direct the issue to where it goes. We obviously don't have that here right now. But, just in answer to your question, Commissioner, it's very rare that we get contacted directly by an employee. It's usually a middle manager or senior manager that's contacting corporation counsel, or that we're working with on a legal issue or some sort of policy initiative.
I would say that I'm probably more of the frontline contact that occurs. I literally, an employee just yesterday called me cold and said they have a real concern about their workplace. And he was extremely reluctant at first to call and give me his name. And, I assured him by giving him my personal cell number that he is going to be okay, that retaliation is not, is illegal. So we have a lot of work to do culturally, I would think, in building some trust there. But what I will say is, again, over the last 18 months since I've been here, kind of through word of mouth, people have picked up the phone and given me a call. I also have, again, close relationships with our union representatives who have no problem picking up the phone and giving me a call. So typically, and if, for example, it doesn't fall under my umbrella, I make sure that it gets elevated to whichever department is supposed to be handling that, whether it's Corp Counsel or HR, and then I have the ability to follow up as well.
And Corp Counsel is a almost like a third party entity that is impartial to one side of Telegraph versus the other. You guys operate outside of that scope.
As Corp Counsel is the counsel for the county, my concern is any Oakland County employee, right? Doesn't matter where you sit, doesn't matter where you work. If you are an Oakland County employee or have the ability to, or your employment situation affords you the benefits of an Oakland County employee, then I am open to be of service to you. That is my function.
That's a good question, and usually the way that works, and Dee is very good about this. When something needs to bubble over or up to us, she's very good about articulating that issue, and hopefully we're in a position to be proactive, to talk to management or middle management about what the issue is. We've had a lot of conversations in my time here. Dee and I have had a lot of conversations about things that we can do to make our employees safer, and sort of prioritizing those. And that's something that's ongoing. The county has basically pivoted from being a closed shop where we have very few unionized or very few bargaining units to, we're starting to see more of them. So that's going to require a shift in the way that management deals with its employees, given the fact that they're unionized, even though we have the merit system rules, which provided a lot of rights to our employees in and of itself. So, from Corp Counsel's perspective, that's something that it's in transition. And sort of to your last point, Commissioner Charles, Corp Counsel seeks to be an independent arbiter. Obviously, I'm appointed by the county executive. I think that that's a function of what the county executive does in terms of the focus on governance. And to the extent that we can minimize or eliminate legal issues, it makes it easier to govern. But in order to govern, you have to engage all the other levers and branches of county government. So, to be honest, when I came into the position, and this is my personal opinion, the perspective of Corp Counsel was that it had lost some of its independence. Right? There were concerns that were communicated to me that, in some instances, folks were asking for their own counsel because they did not trust that Corp Counsel was being an independent arbiter. So, there have been some situations where I felt like I was standing on a fire, and I was standing on a fire because of my insistence that Corp Counsel be independent, as independent as it can be. And this is part of the conversation today where people say, I'm your client and thus and such. And our response is always our client is Oakland County, right? And in order to get to certain outcomes that are in the best interest of the county, we have to work with everybody. And, that goes back to what I said in my opening remarks about being a consensus builder and being in a position to, daily we are encouraging people to talk. It's like we're all in the same house. Why aren't we talking, right? And appreciating if you do this over here, it may impact this over there, right? And just getting people to the table. And, for example, we're very intentional about trying not to allow ourselves to be used as a bludgeon against another actor in county government or another branch of county government. Somebody comes and they're looking for a certain outcome to weaponize it against somebody else in the house. And, the advice is what it is. There are ways that we think we can present it to hopefully get to conversations, to get to decisions. And so we try to do that. That was a long-winded way of answering your question, but I'm glad you asked.
But then again, you're an attorney, so we cut you some
talk.
slack.
We love to talk. Fair point. Fair point.
Commissioner Moss, did you have a question?
No, I was simply sticking up for attorneys.
Oh, okay.
But of course, in the end, of course, you are appointed by and you do work for the executive. And if the executive has a conflict with, say, the board or with another, I can see there are possible conflict situations in which the Corporation Counsel would unfortunately have to two sides and could not represent both clients at the same time, or both departments at the same time. This actually did happen some years ago.
It does happen when we transition from executive culture.
Yeah.
I mean, to executive culture. We had a situation where we had to go get our own counsel as a
I
caucus.
remember sitting in this room threatening Judy Cunningham to report her to the bar. So yeah,
No,
Didn't like it.
that's a fair point. You know, situations that either are an actual conflict or present the appearance of a conflict, that does happen. You know, and in those situations, the first thing that I would point out is that it's the corporation counsel's prerogative to determine that. But you know, when the elements are there, we don't hesitate to appoint you know, separate counsel. I can think of 3 or 4 situations where we've done that, and then we have to manage and make sure that both sides' interests are being represented. We have to be careful that we don't interject ourselves in a way that hand ties either side of an issue. I've had a situation where Corp Counsel was representing the county. We had a counsel representing the prosecutor, and then we had a counsel representing 2 former county employees. And so, you know, I appreciate that, and so that I can point out the complexity of those situations. But, you know, we're not trying to put anyone in a situation where they don't get the type of legal defense that they deserve. And so when we're handling these situations and we're before a court, Corp Counsel has to always be careful to explain to the court who Corp Counsel is representing, right, and who these other lawyers are representing, and then remind the court that all of this is happening under the umbrella of Oakland County. So, you know, it's complicated, but it's fun stuff. We don't have necessarily a lot on the budget presentation, really just some things that we want to lay down, to put in front of you as, you know, as we move forward, and we'll come back to this in the future and hopefully have grown on these points. But, you know, when you talk about cuts 3 or 4% for Corp Counsel, all we have is people. All we have is lawyers and support staff. Not going to really save a lot of money if we get a different copier paper, if we use the lights less. You know, most of our money is spent on salaries and benefits and as relates to the usage of outside counsel. You know, my focus in this first year has been to shore up the infrastructure of the department and to make sure that we have the human capital that we need to be effective in terms of the awesome responsibility that we have in terms of representing Oakland County. And so we've been very intentional about, as I said, making decisions in terms of whether or not something goes to outside counsel. In terms of getting to the 3 to 4% that we were asked to give back, we have agreed to eliminate a user support position. And we have also agreed to the elimination of a PTN position for basically a law student that gets us pretty much to the 3 to 4% that's being asked for. We appreciate M&B's willingness to allow us to hold on to the user support position until January, because it allowed us to transition in a new administrative support supervisor. So that's basically the person that's very instrumental in helping the deputy corporation counsel and myself with the day-to-day operations of the department. The person that we are going to lose in November has been with the county for 20-plus years. She is the architect of our transition from paper to paperlessness. And so one of the first things that I realized upon becoming a corporation counsel, that we could not lose this woman, that it would probably bring to a screeching halt all that we do. And so we've been able to find her successor, to put her successor in position, and have a very thorough transition that's taking place right now, as opposed to just, you know, she would have left at the end of last year. So I would have been in the seat for maybe 3 or 4 months before we would have immediately had a crisis. And so those are the cuts. You know, when you talk about cutting from Corp Counsel, you're really talking about possibly impacting our ability to be effective risk managers, right? And so, you know, people want to quantify Corp Counsel, but one of the things that should be factored in is how much money we've saved from either resolving situations, avoiding situations, or averting protracted litigation. You know, when you talk about cost controls, We recently took the 2 PTNs we had, and we took them off the general fund. We moved them over to the B&L fund. We're making them full-time positions, and by doing that, we think that we have increased our capacity to do more work internally. We will never eliminate the need for outside counsel. It's just not possible. But we are a small shop in that we have about 16, 17 attorneys, 6 support staff, on a budget of $3 million, and we easily do hundreds, if not thousands, of engagements, conversations, and cases that we handle on an annual basis. You know, one of the things that we are also diverting resources into is our technology. You know, we want to be able to provide data to decision makers and have them bake that into the decisions that they make. You know, the frequency of certain occurrences, the amount of money that has been spent on certain types of matters, the amount of money that we've spent on outside counsel relative to certain matters. So we're trying to do a better job of having the technology and expending the resources we have to get better in all of those areas. So, you know, Corp Counsel is never going to be the place where you go to try to create any real meaningful savings. It's just not. To the extent that the county is providing services to taxpayers, and there will always be a need for Corp Counsel to try to make sure that those services are provided in a way that minimizes exposure to the county, because that's really what we do. And we do that in partnership with risk management. So I've covered this first slide with what I just talked about. It's a look back. It actually includes the prior fiscal year and more so the end of the current year, in that we think we hit our 3 to 4% target. This is just an overview of our budgeted positions. Again, we have, 23 employees, about 16, 17 attorneys, 6 support staff. Risk management has, I think this is 8 FTEs. We recently converted the 2 PTN positions to full-times, and we may have missed something relative to the PTNs for risk management. I'll let Dee speak to that.
Yeah, we actually, I have currently 4 PTNEs that report to me, and they're investigators. But some are under HR with Fringe, et cetera. So I think technically I have 2 under risk management, not 0. But they essentially split one, frankly, less than 1 full-time position. I mean, they don't log that many hours every year, but scheduling-wise, we sort of need to keep the 4 to be available for us, so.
Okay.
Question.
Commissioner Powell.
On the budget sheets, it showed that, only reason why I'm asking is because I know y'all just sat through the last one. Y'all hear that we got all this tech stuff going on. But for you all, it states the amended, you getting 29, and then for the rest of the years, you're not getting anything. Are y'all kind of solid with tech? And I'm just asking so we can incorporate y'all in
Sure.
to ask if, you feel y'all need some type of funding, but after this year, say y'all zeroed out.
Yeah, so we'll see if that holds. But what I can tell you is that we have a solid foundation. Okay. You know, we have 3 years of paper in our office. Once it's cycled out, we are paperless. So what we're trying to do with our laser fee system, which is, matter management, request for assistance, we're trying to improve the utility of it. We're trying to make it more intuitive for its users, both those that are requesting assistance and on our end, our ability to process and move matters electronically. So, in other words, we're trying to get more efficient, more effective with the system we have. And so, for example, what are we asking IT for? We're asking for a better search engine, right? As opposed to, we don't have a search engine at all. As opposed to saying we don't have any laptops. No, we have laptops. Okay. We need one for a new attorney, right? I have been very intentional about the use of technology in the practice of law. I come from prior stops, Wayne County, City of Detroit, totally different, more akin to what you heard from the 52nd. in terms of what they represented. So, you know, my goal is to make us the best municipal law department in the country, right? In order to do that, we need to have the same capabilities that Miller Canfield, Clark Hill, and others have in terms of the way that they interact with outside actors and the way that they interact with those that they represent. So we're in a good position in terms of the technology we have. We don't have to start from scratch, but I'm not going to tell you that we're not going to be looking for money in the future to create additional enhancements to improve in terms of the way we deliver services.
Thank you.
Commissioner, can I just give you one little story to like highlight how important some of these IT hours are for how one thing affects another. So currently, even though we went through a big purge of documents when I came in and we sent a lot of things to record retention, I have 18 file cabinets that are full of records that I need to maintain for 30 years. And I need those records to be able to be searchable by a human being or electronically. And that's because we get FOIA requests, we get requests from the court, tell me if this person's ever been injured, you know, all the time they were employed at Oakland County. So I can't have those at record retention because I simply don't have the detailed information to be able to pull that out. So yet those 18 file cabinets take up space that probably 4 people could sit in, right? So 1/3 of my office space is really filing, but that I need to be able to have access to. So I've requested that we take those files, which have a lot of sensitive information in them, just like court files do, and get them into some kind of searchable database, right? And that's an expensive prospect. But the value of that, of course, is we now have a whole bunch of space in my office that I can frankly give to some other department as we're consolidating space. So it's kind of, I mean, going paperless is really important for the environment and all the other stuff, but there's just some practical things that I would say, you know, haven't been done over the years to make it function better.
Yeah, so just so you know, you about how many departments in on this same issue?
Yeah.
The court system just period.
losing
just-
track.
Yeah.
It's just kind of every
It's a
time.
lot of our courts and departments dealing with that same concern with this paper. So that's why we're taking a, yeah, we're, just know we're addressing that immediately.
When I
Our
was
chair.
a new attorney and I joined my law firm in 2006, the first thing we were doing in 2006 was digitizing all our files. And it caused us to be able to vacate the basement storage space and save the firm a whole bunch of real estate dollars, right? So yes, in the long term, it makes a lot of sense. Aside from the fact that, frankly, every time I go to those files, I slightly freak out that I'm missing a file somewhere, you know, like, please just make sure everything's in alphabetical order. And, you know, I'm not worried that I've missed something and something's sitting in some other file.
Well, yeah, and also like they brought up too, the fire suppression issue. You know, like our buildings right now are not in.
I've toured those, yes.
So we
and
have those type of issues.
Yes,
you know what I mean?
exactly.
So that's a double whammy.
Yes.
So we have to hurry up and get them scanned.
Right.
Thank you.
Key budget changes. For the first time in a long time, we are fully staffed in terms of our attorneys. We recently acquired 3 new attorneys, one from the Wayne County Prosecutor's Office, one from the prosecuting attorney in Genesee County who actually acts as a corporation counsel there, and we were able to secure a senior assistant corporation counsel from the city of Detroit who had 24 years of experience there. And so we're very excited about these new additions, and they've already come in and proved their value to the department. You know, going down to the last point on this page, it kind of underscores what I said relative to technology in terms of its use in practice and, you know, essentially creating efficiency not only for the work that we do, but the delivery of services and the sharing of data with clients, hopefully in a way that leads to better outcomes based on more informed decisions. Major initiatives for the coming fiscal year. We have sought by way of a RFQ firms that have qualifications in civil defense. We are gearing up for what we think could be a proliferation, for example, of wrongful incarceration cases. There's already one that's in the public domain where a lawsuit has been filed, and that involves a gentleman by the name of Jawan Deering. You may have heard of him. He was incarcerated for 15 years. Underlying incident was a fire in the township where 5 people died. And so he has recently been released from prison. He filed a claim, a WICA claim, which is a wrongful imprisonment compensation act, where he prevailed upon the state for $754,000 and has sued the county, a couple of deputies, a former prosecutor in the federal district court for the Eastern District of Michigan, and is seeking an amount in excess of $75,000. There are a number of other cases which will likely involve a wrongful imprisonment, and so in an effort to be prepared for that, and also consistent with a initiative by the county executive to have a more diverse group of lawyers that do the county's work, we've issued RFQ, we've received responses, and those responses are being evaluated. Secondarily, again, relative to technology, we are seeking to bolster our data footprint. We are seeking to create a hub for all things Corp Counsel that we hope will be very client-friendly. It will, for example, provide bios of our attorneys. There may be informative articles on issues of interest or hot topics that will be at this site. And basically, we want to centralize and create a need for traffic in this hub that will further inform clients that we serve and hopefully lead to, again, better outcomes. And that's all we have. So
Okay.
hopefully that's the easiest presentation that you'll sit through today. Questions?
Does anybody else have any questions for Corp Counsel or risk management?
Awesome. And I'll hurry up and leave before someone thinks of a question.
Yeah, thanks for coming in.
Thank you.
Thank you. Very
Thanks for having
helpful.
us.
Grab some food on your way out if you're hungry. We're going to take 5 minutes and let staff get organized.
It looks like a whole
Professor Nash has joined us this afternoon. You look quite professorial. All right, well, welcome to the Water Resources Commissioner and his team. We're going to ask you to introduce yourselves and then make your presentation, and then we'll hammer you with questions.
Well, there you go.
Okay.
Well, I'm Jim Nash, Water Resource Commissioner. Leo does all our budgeting stuff, Leo Lease. He's here. I have some of my folks online. They're not going to be here today, but they can answer anything if it comes up that I can't answer it. Steve Korth is my chief deputy, and Vara is my, Steve is my chief manager, and Vara is my chief deputy. They're both here, and I think I have at least one or two other folks here. So if you need anything, I can tap them for it. So this is we're here for the budget meeting, of course. I'm going to go over a few of the things that we're doing right now, and then we can have whatever questions you are. So we are working on several projects that are going to be looking for state funding from the ARA money that's already come through the legislature, and then the bipartisan infrastructure bill that's supposed to be coming hopefully in the next few months through the legislature, so we can start accessing that. So I'll start out with the Evergreen Farmington Sanitary Drain. This is a project that involves about 13 communities from Oakland County. For many years, we've had a state control to reduce our SSOs in that system. We were looking at a project that would have built underground storage, pumps, a whole range of stuff that would have cost about half again as much as what we ended up doing. So it took a while convincing the DEQ, Eagle, to follow our lead on this. But what we're going to be doing instead of building all that storage is we're going to be building, we're going to be allowed to send more flow in a heavy storm to Detroit for cleaning. In exchange for that, we're going to be building green infrastructure in the city of Detroit that will store about 100 million gallons a year in stormwater, stopping it from getting into their system, which causes flooding all around Detroit. So we save money by being able to change how we're doing it. They save money by us building green infrastructure for them. And all together, we're all going to have cleaner water for it. So that's the kind of thing we can do by regionally working together. And we're going to be requesting about $20 million for this $130 million project from these state funds. So the next one to that is the Clinton River Water Resource Recovery Facility. We've been working on this plant for some years now since we took it over after United Water left. They were running it as a private operation. And we've been investing money in this to help all the communities that contribute flow. Now there's 13 communities that contribute flow to this system. We're going to be producing natural gas from the solids we treat. We will eventually be running the entire facility off these natural gas that we're producing, get off of fossil fuels, and we're going to be requesting $20 million towards that project too. So again, there's a lot of money coming in that we'll be applying for. One of the things we're working on right now is non-point source pollution, meaning stormwater, in the George W. Kuhn district, which is 14 communities that are in that district. A bunch of you guys are in those districts. And we're looking at 17 projects both there and across the county. We're going to be requesting $28 million from the state for that. These are going to be green infrastructure projects. These are one of the projects we're looking at doing would be putting flow restrictors, backflow preventers in at homes of people that are at low levels that are more likely to flood. So if waters start in a major storm like that, start coming up, we'll be able to shut off those homes and they won't get it in their basements. We want to make this a much larger program over time, and this is a kind of a pilot program we're looking at right now, and we're looking for funding for that. The city of Pontiac, we've recently got $5 million in principal forgiveness for a loan that we've taken out to do lead lines in that city. So this will allow us to do 2 or 3 years worth of operations for getting those lead lines out in Pontiac. They have about 8,000 lead lines, our estimate is, out of about 20,000 customers. So about 40% of their lines are lead. And so that $5 million will be spent and then rewarded back to us So we don't have to have the ratepayers pay for that. That's a major thing in many communities is we need to get rid of these lead lines, but we don't want to put all that burden on the ratepayers because a lot of them can't afford it. Royal Oak Township, same thing. We got a $3 million grant. Very, very much smaller community, so that $3 million will, we're estimating, cover most of the lead lines in that city. We're expecting to get them done in the next 4 or 5 years. We have a 20-year timeline, so if we can do it, that would be about a quarter of the timeline that would normally be done. So these are the kind of things that these state grants can really, really help local communities with. These are just some of the communities we operate and maintain for. Other communities are applying and getting these grants. The last one is these priority lists. Now, we've applied for the grants through this current grant program, and we're expecting by the end of the month or early next month to hear back on how many of those grants we're actually going to get. That's going to be good news. And for the next round of grants, we'll be finishing our grant applications by November and be turning them into the city for next year's grant program. And we'll find out probably late spring, early summer about what grants we get from that. So we're expecting to get a significant amount. We have a really good record. We get, I couldn't tell you an exact percentage, but we get a good chunk of the grants we apply for, we end up getting, because we're pretty good at that nowadays. Speaking of grants, we got a grant for our affordability program. We're working with the city of Pontiac and the city of Royal Oak Township, not the city, the township of Royal Oak. They're the two communities that we operate and maintain that have the worst problem with affordability. In Pontiac, about 35% of the population is under what the EPA considers is over the line of unaffordability. So that's a significant number. In Royal Oak Township, it's more like 55% that are above that affordability line that the EPA draws. So we're trying to develop a plan. We got a $444,000 grant from the state to do this. Next month, at the end of next month, September, we'll be putting our final report to the state. And at the same time as leading up to that, we'll be implementing these programs as we develop them in Pontiac and Royal Oak Township. Currently, we're going to be trying to use all the funds we're getting from the RAP program at the Great Lakes Water Authority. That's a program that uses 0.5% of all revenue for the system goes to helping communities with affordability. They've changed how they've done it. They used to just give a $25 every month subsidy towards the bill. Now they're going to be doing it more on a defined tiered assistance program. So the people that are at half of the poverty rate or below will be getting a much reduced rate. From a 50% to 100% of poverty, a slightly higher rate, and then from 100 to 200% of poverty, a less of a subsidy, but enough to help people with their bills. So we're going to use that, and we're trying to have even a slightly different, more generous program for people on those levels of poverty, and we'll be introducing that in those two communities probably starting the end of this month and through September. This is going to be an ongoing thing. We created a stakeholder group from the two communities that we've been meeting with for well over a year and a half. We're going to continue those meetings once we've established this affordability program, because whenever you're doing a program like that, you're going to run into bugs, and you're going to run into ways that we might be able to do it better. So we want to have that advice from the community to be part of that. And I think we've been extremely successful in showing them that we really do mean to make a system that's going to work for everybody, and that we're going to be working with the communities to make this happen over the next year or two as it develops. We'll also be lobbying the state to begin a fund to use this like they do with natural gas and electricity utilities. You have an ability to help pay for that. What we're looking to do is ask the state to have a state fee for anybody that's hooked up to a water system of about 33 cents a month, so about $4 a year, and it might go up to $6 a year or even a little bit more, but it wouldn't ever go over $1 a year for any particular customer. And this would allow us a fund that any community that has a system could use to help defray costs. a lot of communities are quite wealthy in Oakland County, and we don't have a huge problem with affordability, but every community has people in it who can't afford their bill. So this would be able to help even the wealthiest communities who have seniors on fixed income or young families that really have a hard time affording it. So we want to build a program that's going to be sustainable in the long term, has a connection to the state, and that is really can operate through the whole state and especially Oakland County. So again, this was a grant that has really come in extremely handy from the state. You guys kind of contributed that a few months ago, a couple of months ago now, with some more funding to get that message out to help develop this program in the long term. And we're really very happy to take that, and we really appreciate it. And again, the communities that we work with have been extremely cooperative, and they want to make sure that we can help them do what they need to do for their communities. So I'm very proud of what we're doing for that program. We're also doing workforce development. Now, everybody is having a hard time with getting new employees, and that's just kind of everywhere nowadays, especially in our industry. The average age of my folks, my field people, my skilled trades, are 50s, 60s now. They're going to be starting to retire, and they actually are retiring. I have one of my folks that have been in this office for 46 years that's retiring next year. So we have great employees, and we need more, so we're doing a lot of outreach. We're doing internships for the first time ever. Oakland County has an apprenticeship program. We've just started that. My office has the first 2 apprenticeships in the county, and they're at our treatment plant in Pontiac, and they're doing great stuff already. We started a job shadowing program where we invite anybody interested to visit with us for a day, visit our facilities, talk to our managers. Out of the 14 people, we've already had 3 people that we've hired. That's 20%. That's more than 20%. So we feel really good about this. We are encouraging young people to come to us, and encouraging people who have been in their careers that we're a great place to work. And so I feel really very good that we're doing this. And we hope that other operations in the county will start having apprenticeships too, because we have lots of skilled trades that are working for the county one way or another, and it would be great. So I feel very good that HR and the administration is cooperating very well with us on these things, and we need employees. We really need employees. So we look forward to working with the county on these things as we go too. And finally, we have our project. Now, I've brought this here before. We are looking to offload 5 very old buildings that we have that are inefficient, that are costing us a tremendous amount, and build a LEED certified platinum, we're hoping for, a building on campus that would allow us to consolidate all these offices that are spread around the county, and have here the bulk of that office. The orange part would be for offices, and the yellow part is going to be for all our equipment. Right now, we have very crowded garages that we, every morning it's a struggle getting our trucks in and out of, and it's a safety issue also. And plus, whenever you're leaving equipment outside, that cuts the lifespan of that equipment. So we want to have everything we have inside unless it's being used, and that will allow our equipment to be carried longer by us and in good condition. This is something that we've been working on for some time with the administration, with a wide range of folks, and we believe that this is something that really have a payback. We're expecting in the first 3 years, between selling these buildings and the savings we'll have on utilities, we're looking at almost $10 million we'll be saving just in that first 3 or 4 years. So we're looking to do this in the long term. Again, this fits in with what the county is looking to do is become much more efficient as we go on, as to make sure all our facilities are as LEED certified and as efficient as they can be. That's what we want to do in the long term, and so this is part of our long-term process that we're going through to make this the best system we can be. So that's it for me, and I'm here for any questions we can answer.
Okay. I'll open it up to the, I do have one buzzed in. It's probably Commissioner Charles, who always does it the right way. Commissioner Charles.
I'm ready for Jeopardy. I wanted to follow up. First of all, maybe one of the hardest working people in the county. Every meeting I seem to go to, Jim Nash is a part of it, whether it's parks or water affordability and everything in between. But I did want to follow up. We talked about trucks from Southfield driving to wherever. Did you get a chance
For
to...
washing.
For washing.
Yeah.
Did you get a chance to look into that? And if so, is there any...
Yeah, my folks were going to be looking in to make contracts with some of the other car washes in our area, and there's several not very far at all. So I think they've already reached out, and I haven't really heard in the past week or so, but I know they've already reached out and will be doing contracts. So
Great. Love to hear it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Charles.
I appreciate you bringing that up, by the way. I had not realized that. So
Just the little things, you know, that'll save gas, save time.
I think so.
Yeah, that's awesome. Anybody else have questions? Commissioner Kowal.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to ask, how are all the damn dams?
we're doing well.
Are you renewing the study every year
Right,
and
we-
following up on that? Okay.
I think, did we already put that this year's? I'm not sure if we have already, but
Okay.
I know we were working on it. Again, we do this every year with our facilities. I think we have 38 or more facilities. And I know we do that every year on ours. And since that first one we did, we've done at least one more on all of them. So
Okay.
I know they've reached out to everyone that we did last time, and I think they pretty much covered it. I don't think we missed any last time. So I think we're in good shape that way.
Okay, just checking. I'll go check the website.
Good.
Thanks. Just want to make sure we don't have any Midland-type disasters here, so.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm from Midland, and my mother lives in Midland, and you drive by Sanford, formerly Sanford Lake, now the Tittabawassee River. I think that would be a very bad thing to have happen.
Oh,
So
yeah.
good.
And I can tell you, there's two things we look for is likelihood of failure and consequences of failure.
Yeah.
There were a couple that, not ours, but other folks, that they had some issues that we talked to them about. But they were on such a place that they had, the only thing that water would go to is some woods, and it wouldn't affect any structures or anything like that. So it's consequences of failure, and we really don't have any that have significant, not like Midland. That was, those consequences, they knew they were there, and they still didn't do anything. So.
Thank you. And my mother lives about as far from the river as you can and still be in the city limits, so she was okay, but we know people who weren't.
Oh, no, I understand.
I see Commissioner Cavell coming in virtually has a question.
Yeah, hi. You had mentioned the natural gas, and I know we've touched on this offline, but have you been able to reach out, or do you have regular conversations with DTE and how you could do things with that?
Well, in terms of using the gas off-site, because we are already using it, we're using some of it, pardon me, to run the facilities of the process that actually takes it out of the solids. So we're already doing that part with what we have. Steve, do you know if there's anything that we've reached out to DETE on?
Sure, Jim. Is my microphone working?
Yep.
Yes.
Yeah, right now we're pretty much the majority of the gas that we produce, we use internally. I don't know if the volume that's generated is enough to make it worthwhile, but that's something certainly that we're going to investigate as now that the system's fully operational.
So right now, as I said, we're using it in that process that we're getting it out of the solids to make that happen, to run the boilers and things like that. I would like, and we are still unfortunately flaring some, so I want to make an end to that as soon as we can and use it on campus for other things. There's potential for using it for us to make energy itself, to create electricity on site. But I'm not sure about in going out with extra that we could put out onto the grid. At some point, there's potential, so there are improvements that are done in some places. Potentially, we could use actual food waste into the system, and that's much more high quality than sewage, because sewage is partly digested already, and food waste wouldn't be. So it would be much more valuable in terms of creating methane. And at some point, we could create more than we can use on site. Then we would have to sell it to the grid, and that's when we'd go out to DTE. But so as of now, I don't think we're doing that. We're not that far ahead into that process yet.
Okay, thank you. And then I was also wondering, you talked a lot about all these state grants. What happens if the grants don't come through, or the money comes in as less, or the loan funds are not adequate? And you talked about principal replacement, if I use the right words. Basically, what happens if you ask for all this money and you don't get all of it, but can you still do your projects?
Sure,
Yeah, please.
sure. What this does is saves money on those projects. So we don't really do anything unless it's necessary. So it's going to be, to me, that's how we're going to be approaching this long term, is following those goals that we've had and to make sure that we do them right. I'm not sure how else I can answer that. Is that a good answer or no? Do you want me to?
Oh, that was kind of my code for, like, do we need to be ready to give you more money for things so that our water's like clean and
Well,
reliable?
I mean, we certainly wouldn't turn that down. I mean, there's a lot of things we can do that I've mentioned to you and others that there's potential for a green infrastructure tri-party program where we could have a fund that we would be able to spend, the local community put in a third, and a developer or nonprofit that wants to do a project can put in a third as demonstration. So nobody has paid the full cost, but we can show how effective these things are in reducing pollution and flooding. So that's the kind of thing that we could do. As an organization, we would love to apply for ARPA grants to do those kind of projects if we get them or not. You know, I mean, as I said, the ones we're looking for now are smaller, are just some of the projects that we could be doing. So there's lots of ways we could spend this money to show local communities the benefit of doing these kind of things. And if you're interested in doing that, we could use that as something to help those communities do it. I would love to work with you guys on anything we can do like that. There are other projects that are available to us that we could apply for grants if you're interested. Like I mentioned, that backflow preventer project, that would be something that would be really good to show those communities how effective that would be.
Awesome. Thank you. Yeah. And it's really exciting to hear about the tri-party concept because, right, we already do that with roads. So that's very cool to hear, too.
And I've talked to the communities. They're very interested in it, too. And that's all over the county. Every community, one way or another, has issues with stormwater. And, you know, even small communities. The Clarkston has issues in their downtown that they could use that kind of funding to do small projects, just to divert flow or have green infrastructure. We did a project, my nonprofit, in Clarkston on the Veterans Park there. We did a green infrastructure along the river, and it looks just gorgeous. So these things, that's what I love about green infrastructure. It's effective, and it looks nice. People like gardens, and it just looks beautiful.
And you don't, once it's established, the upkeep is so much less than a landscaped, you know, manicured kind of environment. The benefits, I don't think people realize it, but the beauty, I think, is something that everybody, all of a sudden, everything's so pretty. Yeah.
They're just little bitty gardens all over. I just love that.
It's awesome. You're correct.
I've been talking to the Michigan State Extension, and they have the Master Gardener Program, and they're interested in having master gardeners in communities talk to their local governments and see how they can work with them for green infrastructure.
Good, good. Anything else, Commissioner Cavell?
No, that was it. Thank you.
Okay. I just want to interject. You were talking about the biosolids and generating. I visited a biosolids plant in Germany, and alongside of it, they had a sunflower patch where they were growing fast-growing sunflowers and breeding for faster-growing sunflowers because they are efficient to use, more efficient to use in the biosolids plant where they were putting corn silage, right? Just the leftover corn stalks and stuff. With these sunflowers, they can actually generate more energy with less volume because they're higher energy. So when you said using food instead of sewage, it's the same concept. It is, you know, fast growing.
You know, Kroger has a milk plant down in Livonia, and we could buy their waste, and they have to pay to put it in a landfill, and we can just take it for free, and they save money, we get money, and everybody's happy. So
And
that's the kind of
better
things we
for
can
the
do.
environment.
That's right.
Yeah, everybody wins. That's awesome. Commissioner Charles.
Yeah, I didn't realize that was your last slide. I thought you had more. And so page 6, where it talks about the Public Works building, is this somewhat of an ask, a nice to have? I see building deficiencies. I know all of our eyes go to fire suppression there. And then ADA compliance are really important. So what's this slide telling us? That this is what you need?
This is really what we need in the long run. As I said, we have, and one of the things that's been going on, we operate and maintain 17 communities for their water and sewer services. A lot of them we do billing for. And we have at least, we've brought in 2 more just in the past 6 months. And there's I think 4 or 5 more that are very interested in that, and they want to hire us to do that. Again, we can do it. We have efficiency, so we're bigger than they are, and we can do all these things more efficiently than they can. But we can't do it right now because we don't have the space for people. We don't have the space for the equipment. We just can't do it. So if we can do this, we can help more communities be more efficient in their DPWs. And make all our operations much more efficient too. So,
have you run the numbers and come up with an estimate of how much this might cost you?
Steve, you want to run that through?
Sure, that's the phase we're in right now, where we have these concepts that we want to pursue, and we've actually partnered with Plant Moran to come up with some financial pathways forward, and we're kicking that off later this month, and we'll be working closely with administration and facilities on what we come up with. But we've identified our needs for a new building. How to pay for it is the next big challenge, and that's what we're working through right now.
Okay, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I was going to say, very informative. The only thing, Madam Chair, is, I mean, I like Plant Moran. I just wonder, are we getting a full gestalt of results? I guess what I'm trying to say is a lot of different departments have used them. Are we getting our best invoicing? You know, when they invoice us for that, if we're able to, I think it's called scale, because we're kind of at scale. Maybe this is, again, just for finances purposes. Like if all these different departments are hiring Plant Moran, I'm wondering if we're getting any cost benefits there.
Good question. Kyle Jen's here, so, so are you thinking that we would be bonding for this building or, you know, general funding it?
Steve, how you want to, he's been kind of running this.
Yeah, we're trying to put together a plan, and again, with Fiscal's blessing, of some combination of funds that we generate from our revenue, from operating systems for communities. A general fund component is in the works as well. It would be a bonded project through the county, a project that would go through facilities for this county building. And that's exactly what we're trying to sort out in this next phase. Now that we've identified our needs, again, we're looking at the fiscal component and how best to roll that out.
Okay, good. Commissioner Charles, was that it?
Yes.
Anybody else have questions for Water Resources?
Do you have questions, Glenn?
I don't. I asked one. Actually, you answered one of my questions pretty much as I was writing it. Your water bill program, will this program of affordability, which you're starting with in Royal Oak Township and Pontiac, going to migrate across the county so that anyone who is needs help, no matter what community they're in, it will be available to them?
That's what we're planning on. We want to make sure that this is available to everybody. We wanted to have a model that we could use, and these are communities that have some of the most need in the county for these things, and that's what we wanted to start with. So the way I look at it, we're going to make this as broad as possible. We have a good partner in Great Lakes Water Authority Affordability Group, and I think we can really work with them to make sure this is done right. Like I said, they're changing their policy. I think about by the end of next month, they should roll out the new program, and it should be really going by November. that will allow them to have much more of a subsidy depending on the level of their income. And again, that's something that's really important. We're also going to be starting a program to identify leaks in homes, to help people get plumbers to fix things like that. We're looking to create a program where we can have a kind of a community coalition that would partner with us to raise funds privately to help people who have emergencies, car accident, illness, death in the family, for short-term keeping up with their water bill while they're recovering. That way they won't build up a big bill of what they're owed. That's the kind of thing we want to do, is we're trying to find every way that people get into trouble and find a way to help them get out of that trouble. We're going to start a shut-off program. We haven't had one in those two cities since the start of the pandemic. We're going to start one early next year. But the whole point of it is to be make it so if they're in a place where they would normally be shut off, we tell them the notice, but we also tell them all the different available resources they can get to help get out of that issue without getting their water shut off. We don't want to shut anybody's water off unless we absolutely have to if they can't afford water. So we're looking for any way we can do that, working with Great Lakes Water Authority, local nonprofits, whatever it takes to get this done. We're going to make sure that everybody can get that water that they need to survive without breaking their banks. There's so many things that folks who have low income that can't afford. We don't want one of them to be water.
I really admire that's your position, because water is life, and water shutoffs just to me are inhumane, and I'm grateful that that's your philosophy, that we really want to completely prevent that one, if at all possible.
We'll do everything we can to stop it. So,
Commissioner McGillivray.
Yeah, Jim, do you have any idea how many lead lines there are in Oakland County?
I think we did some research on that, Steve, didn't we? I know that we know our systems, but I'm not sure about the ones we don't operate and maintain.
Yeah, we have a survey. I'm just trying to remember the number off the top of my head. Maybe on the order of 30 or 40,000. So it's significant amounts in the communities. Now, a lot of that is estimates. A lot of communities are still going through the process of identifying the materials. So there is a placeholder as far as looking to the future and budgeting these replacements. But there is a tally for that, and I'd be happy to pull that up and get it to the board and get it to you. It's not a problem.
Okay, thanks.
Great.
Yeah, it's a significant problem across the county, and it's not unusual. That's the thing we're trying to make it so people can get those resources. It really is important.
Just a couple more questions. The staffing, 4% reduction, were you able to achieve that last year?
Yeah, we did that last year, right?
Okay.
Steve?
Yeah, we didn't cut staffing. I know we made some modest line item cuts, but we actually expanded our positions because all the new customers we're getting, Jim, and this new influx of funding for our asset management. So we're currently advertising. We have 6 vacant engineering positions we need to fill right now. So it's been a challenge for us so far.
Yeah, I bet. Let's talk about the water main break. Since we have you here, just tell us a little bit about that and where we're at.
Okay, so the water main, it's a 120-inch water main and 10-foot water main, which are just massive. Right outside the water treatment plant in Port Huron, that it broke right there, really kind of right next to the system. So it goes across north of Oakland County at Imlay City. It comes down to, it goes actually to Macomb, and then works its way over to Oakland County. By the time it got to our area, there was not enough pressure loss for boil water notices. We have, Great Lakes Water Authority has enough backup flow that it could reach the Oakland County communities before they were affected by that loss of pressure. And initially, Great Lakes Water Authority said there should be a boil watering notice for a bunch of the Oakland County communities. But we pointed out to them that none of them have shown that there's a drop in pressure, so they took that back. Macomb County had a bunch of communities, they don't have that backup flow, so some folks in those communities are still on boil water notices. The city of Rochester in Oakland County gets their water from, I forget which city in Macomb County. Do you know, Steve?
Specifically, they're fed by lines from Macomb. It's not from a specific city, just their pressure district is in Macomb County.
But all the rest get it from Oakland County sources, so they weren't hit, but just Rochester Hills was, Rochester City was. And I'm not sure if they're still on boil. Are they, Steve?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think the notice is still out there, and I think as the water line testing proceeds, to make sure everything's safe due to the pressure drop, we look forward to these notices coming off, but there still is pressure issues with this large main out of service. And I know the latest outreach from GLWA is to asking everybody in our region to really slow down on irrigation to help with the pressures in the communities most affected in Macomb. The districts are all interconnected, and so certainly our office has been adjusting our water tank elevations and when we pump and store to help over in Macomb and the other areas needed for pressure. So we're coordinating, still today, coordinating closely with GLWA to provide pressure for the communities that need it.
And they're also doing inspections going down that pipe to make sure there's not issues down farther. And they have to, they were just on the radio yesterday talking about it could be a while longer because they have to order these pipes. Nobody just has them in stock. So these are massive pipes that they have to rebuild. So it's going to be a little while before they get that pipe back online again.
120-foot pipe.
120 inch, yeah, 10 foot.
Oh, 10 foot. Okay.
And when you're talking about that under pressure, that is just a staggering amount of water. Second half of last year, there was a main break in Farmington Hills where I live, and that was a 42-inch water main. And I went by it, and it looked like a vertical waterfall going up. And
Didn't the back of somebody's house got blown out by that?
Yeah, that house was destroyed, and that was a 42-inch line. This is a 120-inch line, so it's about 6-8 times as much capacity because that's the way pipes are. But yeah, it was a massive break that they're really going to investigate thoroughly because they don't want that to happen again.
Wow, Matt. Anybody else have any other questions? I will ask you about the other water problem that we've had the last couple of weeks, which was the tri-bar pollution out in Wixom. Do you have any insight into that, or?
Well, my folks are working with Eagle and the folks in Wixom, but this is an issue that doesn't affect any of our facilities directly. So we help whatever communities need help. The guy that runs the system in Wixom used to work for me, so I know him quite well, and my staff does, and we've been communicating with them and with Eagle on that. This is what we do. Even if it's not our stuff, we help as much as we can.
It is our tiny little corner of the county, and the word is good. Now, last night, the Board of Commissioners passed a resolution to support the Make Polluters Pay bills that are being put forward at the State House and State Senate. So we'll see how that goes. But kind of based on this incident that was the second time this company had a big pollution problem.
And you remember that they just, a year and a half ago, put a warning not to eat the fish out of the Huron River because of PFAS. And now we got chromium. So that's a double hit on that river, and that's not good.
And Kent Lake has a lot of recreation on it in the middle of the summer, and to have that shut down for a week was not a good thing.
It's not good.
So. Okay, well, if we don't have anything else for the Water Resources Commissioner and his department, going once, going twice, I will say thank you for coming in. Always really an interesting department to hear about because
I appreciate that. It's always good to see everybody. You know how to get hold of me. If I can ever answer a question, I'm here.
We might have to take a picture of you in the tie.
Professor.
I commented on his way in.
We all did.
So did they.
We embarrassed him.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to.
All right. With that, we will take a 5-minute break so staff can set up for the Parks and Rec Department.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you, Jim and team, for coming in.
Appreciate it.
for Parks and Recreation. So welcome.
Thank you.
If you would please introduce yourselves for the record, and then make your presentation, and then we'll beat you up with a bunch of questions when we're done.
Okay. All right, then we're going to try to stretch it out a little bit if that's what's going to happen.
That's right.
Okay. Well, thank you, Madam Chair. I think you all know me, but I'm a recovering former Board of Commissioners staffer, now the Director of Parks and Recreation. I think you all know Sue Wells, who served our park system well for many, many years, who retired in January, and are very fortunate to have the support of the two individuals that are here with me today. I think you probably all know Melissa Prowse, who's just a phenomenal superstar in our organization. She's kind of the brains of the operation. And then I've got Jim Dunleavy, who's right now our interim manager of park operations and maintenance. And Jim is a great example of the kind of staff we have that serve our park system really well and give their whole heart and soul. He's the kind of the heart and soul of the operation here, who give and give and work extra hours with no complaint, right? No complaint. And, got a whole bunch of MacGyvers in the system. We figure out ways to get the job done, even when the resources aren't there. So we've got the brains, and we've got the heart and soul, and I'm obviously the looks for the organization. So here we go. I'm sure you're all well aware of us, but it's kind of our obligatory slide we have to go through of who we are. We have 14 county parks, 80 miles of trails, and 7,000 acres of parkland, 5 golf courses, 2 water parks, 2 campgrounds, 3 dog parks, 2 nature centers, and an off-road vehicle park, and a partridge in a pear tree. Right, in our recreation programming also, we have nature education, citizen science, adaptive recreation, which we work to make sure our recreation facilities and programming are accessible for everyone, regardless of their ability or age. And we have mobile recreation, I know you're all familiar with, and our RAP program. And we have history, active adult programs, outreach and special events, and archery. So, and of course, these are my bosses here, and 3 of them are here today, so I have to be on my best behavior. My chairman, Commissioner McGilvery, and Commissioner Charles Inlong are members of our Parks Commission. We have had, since we are in the process of doing our update to our 5-year strategic plan and recreation plan. It's interesting, it's about 60% turnover since the last time this was done. So we've had a lot of change on our Parks Commission, and we're taking the organization in a bit of a new direction. As we're working towards that master plan, we've kind of focused in on 4 core values to incorporate in the plan: environmental sustainability and climate resilience, reducing barriers and increasing opportunities for participation, especially amongst underrepresented communities and populations, improving public health and well-being, and fiscal responsibility and organizational excellence. So Parks has had key performance indicators for a long time, but as we're starting to move towards these new priorities, we're going to be updating and providing new data points to measure those objectives. It's a rather large organization. We've got 84 full and part-time year-round professionals, 16 unfilled. Seasonal staff, we have 686 filled and 270 unfilled, and more than 200 dedicated volunteers who support the organization. And then my management team, I'm not going to go through them all, but I just want to share we've got a great group of people, and we work together in a very collaborative way, come together, share thoughts, opinions, sometimes agree, sometimes don't, but it's an organization that really is truly a team. So just a picture of our revenues. A little over 65% of our revenue is our property tax, which thanks to the support of the board and putting this issue on the ballot, we were able to have the increase in 2020 for the first time in 40-plus years of having an Oakland County park system. So, the voters approved that by 76.3%, and collections are projected to increase due to the situation in the real estate market. We also are supported by user fees, and we've had some decent growth in user fees. In the last few years, our golf revenues have gone up quite a bit thanks to the actions of our Parks Commission, who conducted a study with the support of a consultant who is an expert in the field, and really we were able to change our fee structure to be more competitive and realistic. And our goal there with golf, as well as the other kind of limited benefit features, is to make enough profit that it pays for itself and that we can reinvest back into it. And for the most part, almost all of our golf courses, reach that goal every year now. Campgrounds, a lot of increased activity there, an extra $300,000 in revenue, and just the vehicle park entry permits, we've had a growth of about $270,000. This is just a picture of our expenditures. Parks is interesting because of the way our accounting is done as a enterprise fund within the county budget. We have to account for depreciation as an expense. However, it's a non-cash expense. So it kind of inflates the picture of how much money we're spending throughout the year, because at the end of the year, it washes out and then we back it out. So we also include within our operating budget our plan for how much money we're going to put into our equity, our fund balance every year. So what you see here is about $5 million plus over what we're actually likely to expend because of those two factors. The major expenditure changes that are in your budget there, we did have one thing I want to note. I put in the email to all of you. With the support of the board, we were able to change our contract with the sheriff's office, which did accrue some savings to us. However, in the process of getting this budget prepared, apparently it was entered in twice. So we do need a budget amendment when you're doing your wrap-up. If you could put that back in, please, because I really shouldn't be trusted with a gun and a badge out at our parks. We've had increases with salary and fringe, and that's basically reflecting the general salary increase that is part of the budget. We've had a number of, and as part of our millage passing, being able to address some chronic understaffing needs. We've got a great group of people, but they have been stretched awfully darn thin over the last few years, particularly during the COVID experience. So we were able to start to fill some of those positions that have been empty for a long time, and there are a lot of frontline jobs like groundskeepers and maintenance and mechanics and type of thing. And then we're also, made some changes with our staffing to reflect the changing priorities and goals of our commission. Sue was so great that we had to replace her with 2 people. And we have elevated up environmental sustainability as a chief in our organization. We have a pending reorg that our Parks Commission approved to create a DEI coordinator position for parks, and so that is reflecting there, and of course, seasonal staffing needs and compensation increases there as well. And so we also had a change that really doesn't necessarily have like a financial impact, but the way we were charging out natural resources management, we were charging it out to our parks as a kind of on their bottom line, and we've decided that that's kind of an organizational responsibility to maintain, the natural resources in our parks, and so that is reflected in the budget as well. So we put $250,000 into special projects, and this is really because throughout the year we'll get requests to provide matching funds and to help make a one-time expenditure project happen. I just had a conversation with the commissioner about one earlier today. So it's better for us to budget for it and kind of limit ourselves than to wait and see what comes along. Contracted services, there are a number of things as we're moving forward with this 5-year plan that we may be needing to tackle, including, getting a carbon emissions assessment for all of our facilities if we're going to try to contribute towards the county's carbon objectives and goals. We are struggling, as you all know, with our staffing, so we may want to look at some consulting to help us with a long-term strategy to address that systemic issue. This is a few examples of how we use the money. And then design fees as well. With the funding, additional funding we have to be able to address our long-term capital needs, plus the change with the 5-year plan and the potential of ARPA money coming down our road. We've put some money there in order to be able to use consultants for design. And then finally, we have an intergovernmental grant program that I think you're all familiar with, our Park Partnership program for park improvements and trail improvements, and it was part of our operating budget, and we've made a decision to take a different approach where we're going to wait till the end of the fiscal year, similar to what the board does with the year-end report, and assess how much money is left in our unrestricted net equity so that we can make a determination on how much we'd like to spend on grant programs and capital. So just a picture of how the millage has impacted our operations. And the first year of the increased millage, our revenues increased by approximately $8 million, which allowed us to essentially double the amount of funding that we were putting into our capital improvements and maintenance and natural resources management. During the process of preparing for that, but in making the case for that millage increase, we identified more than $20 million in deferred maintenance projects. And they're not always the most exciting things, but they're the things that we all need in order to enjoy a park, whether it's roadways that aren't crumbling and bathrooms that are operating and roofs that aren't leaking. And so we're starting to tackle that as this money is coming in. We've increased our capital equipment. We did the $1.14 million in park grants to local communities.
Thank you. We got one in my community.
All right, very good. All right, good. So we checked off the finance committee list. All right, very good.
That's always good thinking.
It is.
Buttered bread, man.
Once a politician, always a politician.
Yeah, that's right.
And then we've also increased our footprint in supporting communities with invasive species control, which we do through contractors, and we don't do it as a grant. We do the work ourselves or through a contractor. So we had more than, I think, 20 projects that we did this year.
Yeah, I think close to 30.
Close to 30 projects we did this year. So we'll continue to be doing that and supporting communities with their natural resources needs. And then we've budgeted for an increase in recreation programming and outreach. Just as an FYI, one of the requirements of the millage was to provide free vehicle permits for seniors, veterans, individuals with permanent disabilities, and that works out to approximately $166,000 in lost revenue. But overall, in terms of that picture for FY21, we added $6 million to our equity, our savings, and really it was a very important thing that was approved for the organization, because we were starting to enter into some fiscal dire straits where we had an operating deficit rather than surplus, and we were drawing down our equity rather than adding to it. So it was really critical for parks that we received that millage increase. So I've been before you many times talking to you about summer staffing levels. This has been an enormous issue. It will continue to be an enormous issue for Oakland County Parks. We are heavily reliant upon seasonal part-time staff, many times younger folks, sometimes older folks, that support our park system. And beginning, especially last year, had major impacts to our operations due to the inability to staff up and recruit staff. So we closed the Waterford Oaks Water Park entirely last year. We had to reduce hours at the other water park and start late. Pretty much every aspect of our operations were impacted by lack of staffing. So we tried to get ahead of that this year, and I want to thank you for your support of the incentives that we were able to offer. I can tell you almost immediately we noticed a difference. The trajectory we were on in April before they were approved, for lifeguards especially, was pretty bad. And within 2 weeks, we doubled the number of people who applied for the lifeguard positions.
That's my boy, Chris.
And thank you.
I'm sorry, we was trying to figure it out.
No, I appreciate it.
Since the day I got here, that we weren't paying lifeguards enough, so yeah.
I welcome cheers during this, so you know. But Jim has his heart and soul is also supporting that Waterford Oaks Water Park, and I know he's as pleased as punch. It was the first time in 3 years we were able to open the water park there.
Great day.
It was a great day, and very much appreciated by the people who enjoy the water park. And, you know, we had some limited hours as we started off. That was as much a reflection of not being open for several years and needing to train up an entirely new crew of lifeguards. But by mid-July, we were able to open both water parks 5 days a week. Really was a great team effort. We actually ended up with more people wanting to work at Waterford than Red Oaks. So we transported the kids from Waterford to Red Oaks, and we shared staff and made sure that we could make things happen for the public there. And overall, we really were able to avoid major impacts on the operations and services that the public see with really, I would say, the exception being kind of the concession, food service, retail end of our operations, which we made a decision early on in the year that that's not part of our core function and core need, and to focus on hiring up to make sure we can open the doors and allow people to enjoy just the recreation services we have to provide. So, so it's good news overall, and I think a big success. It's thanks to your support and a huge campaign and effort on the part of our staff that started in January, major marketing dollars spent. I think we did 14 job fairs where we were able to hire people on the site. And HR was very helpful and patient with us as we kept trying to push them to, to change some things to see if we could bring in more warm bodies into the park system. So it's not a problem that's going to be easily solved. It's kind of a systemic problem that we have, but I do want to thank you for your support of those measures, and we'll be back again asking you for some other changes that will allow us to adapt. So looking ahead, we are scheduled to bring before our Parks Commission a proposal based on a resolution you adopted back in March for $15 million in investments in parks and recreation improvements. That plan includes the incorporation of 3 urban parks into our park system and major investments into Catalpa, Waterford, and Red Oaks, as well as some grants to Royal Oak Township and Hazel Park. So look forward to presenting that to you soon. We have also in the works the acquisition and development of Turtle Woods Nature Preserve in the city of Troy. It's a partnership with the school district, Six Rivers Land Conservancy, who are kind of acting as an intermediary. I think we brought the first steps of that purchase through economic development, a letter of intent. We had to purchase or attempt to purchase a piece of property to get us better roadway access for the public to enjoy the park. So that's the first step, and then I think next year we kind of anticipate coming forward. The DNR trust fund will pay for the lion's share of this project, this acquisition. And as a nature preserve, the development of it will not be, won't be a high cost project. And with the support of Congresswoman Haley Stevens, we have an earmark that's worked its way halfway through Congress for $2.26 million to do basically a total renovation and improvement and reimagining of our farmers market. So that is exciting, and we're very hopeful that's going to come together. We just need Congress to be functional. So I mean, I put money on it.
I don't know about that.
Okay,
Doing that one.
I don't know about that.
Hope for the best.
Yeah.
Okay, and so that with the finalization of our 5-year recreation and strategic plan, which will then include updates to park plans for each one of our parks, is kind of our future ahead. And that's my spiel. I'm happy to take any questions.
Okay, Commissioner Powell.
How is the swimming program going with the kids?
Well, I'm glad you asked it. I'm going to let Jim answer that because Jim made it happen.
We did make it happen. It went very, very well. It was great working with the Metro
You were telling
Parks.
people what it is. Jim.
Oh, so what we did was we were able to do a swim program with the Metro Parks at Waterford Oaks at the pool, and we were able to bring in 40 kids from the Pontiac area, and through PAL, I think, was also part of that program. Mm-hmm. And the program went really well. The kids, it was ages from, 3-year-old to probably 12-year-olds. And it was just incredible to see the kids come out to the pool. And there was one kid that just stood up, was scared to even touch his foot into the pool. And he was able to swim. And it was just, what a great thing to, provide. And we went, it was a 8-day program, so it was an hour, Monday through Thursday at Waterford Oaks. And then they did a graduation on the last day, and we invited all families to come back. And the rec staff did a great job doing a ceremony, and they all got certificates, and it was a lot of fun for them and a lot of fun for the families. So their parents came to the pool too with them, and so I got to introduce the program to them and the staff from the Metro Parks, and it was a great working relationship with them.
Mm-hmm.
And,
yeah, I think that was a great. I was actually happy that you all thought of that, especially with our shortage on the lifeguards, to just assist the kids to learn, and then from a urban city, and usually just from a cultural standpoint, a lot of us don't learn how to swim. So, thank you.
Yeah, I loved it. It was awesome to see too. Our staff did a great job.
Well, it's a lot of commendation of this guy. I mean, as we've talked about, we were struggling to keep the doors open and recruit people, and then to lean in and do something more. That's just an example of what a great guy this guy is. So that's your pay increase for sure.
Thank you. It was well worth it. It was my pleasure to do that.
Commissioner Moss, did you have a question?
You'll think of one.
I thought he was going to ask about his dog.
No, I know about my dog. So, Mr. Ward, I'd have to say that the golf, at least the fee structure that you put down, is up to par.
Okay.
Nice, very nice.
Bingo. It's a yes or no.
Is it yes or is it up to par? I would
Yes.
say yes, it is. Yes. Yeah.
Yes, that. Thank you.
Okay.
You knew I couldn't let you go.
All right.
Just about that, did we raise our golf fees
We
or
did.
lower them?
Yeah,
Oh,
we
we
did.
raised them? Okay.
We did. Yeah. They
It's
did.
inflation, we just are.
Well, I know, but,
They did a very.
I was joking, Glenn.
no, but some of the parks, I mean, golf can be really expensive too. So if you lower the fees, then maybe you get more golfers. I mean, that's one other strategy, but I'm just asking which did we use? You raised the fees. And that didn't hurt,
No,
our,
our revenues are up, participation is up.
Awesome.
Overall, I mean, the consultant did a very good job of looking at other courses, what they're charging, and give us some pretty solid objectives in terms of metrics to hit. I see our chairman wanted to say.
Yeah, Commissioner?
Steal your thunder.
Yeah, just, we raised the fees after we had the golf consultant, and he did a fine job. We're breaking even at all the courses except one. That's the one in my community. So we need to work on that, and we're in the process of doing that. I also just wanted to say, I'm thrilled that Chris came on board at Parks. He's done a fabulous job. Not that Dan Stencil didn't do a fabulous job, but Chris has gone through a lot in that he's now trying to get ARP funding for some of our parks, which is going to be a real plus. And if you haven't had the opportunity to see the parks that Chris is investigating and taking over, you ought to try, because they're really nice, and I think it'll be really nice. And the other thing that Chris has done since he's been here in such a short time is he's lost two of his key people, with Mike Donlin and Phil Castonia, and he's had to replace them. Got a great person stepping in and covering for Phil and Jim, because Jim is the parks. He's been here for how many years, Jim?
32.
32 years, and he doesn't even look that old. So he's just done a fabulous job, and I wanted to point that out, because, I mean, with COVID and what that did for our parks, and some of our loss on golf and no lifeguards, there's been a lot of problems, and Chris has seemed to tackle all of them and do a very, very good job. So
appreciate that.
Well, that's a high bar to hit for next year. Thank you, Chair. Yeah. And I need to correct something. Jim started at Oakland County Parks 40 years ago.
I was 16. I was part-time.
I asked him earlier. He said he did break dance and he was wearing parachute pants.
That's true. At Melford High School.
Awesome, just awesome. Commissioner Charles, you had a question?
Wanted to ask, or at least bring it to the commissioner's attention that, because I'm very bullish on dog parks until I had a good conversation with Chris about them. In fact, studies have shown that they're actually the reason for most of our sheriff phone calls at our dog parks. And so now I'm leaning away from, I'm not leaning in anymore on dog parks like I was. So I just want us to keep that in mind. The other thing is down at Beechwoods, I think that's where we were together. I don't think I have more fun on anything that we do at the county than when I do stuff with parks, just saying. And we were in golf carts. We all got our own, which I think is just another feather in your cap. You didn't have to share the golf cart. And we saw a deer carcass. I mean, it was very there was a tick.
We not only saw it, we ran over it.
Yeah, there was
One of us did.
There was a tick on my golf cart seat, which I'd never seen a tick in real life, IRL. And I bring that up just because, to your point, both of your points, Chris really does listen. He hit the ground running. I was able to tell my residents down at the southern end that we're fighting for them to have access to good natural resources, and Beechwoods is pretty much a diamond, and I'm just really excited what's coming forth. And you know, my husband's like, what can we do with the Rouge? Is it a way we can build our own lake? I was like, I don't think so, but the point is he's doing a lot of good stuff. And then I just want to invite those of you who are not on parks to come to our meeting once in a while. I think McGillivray has the calendar, but it's basically the first Wednesday after finance. I know it's a long day, but you know, visit us every now and again, commissioners. That's all I've got.
Thank you, Commissioner.
All it takes is a deer carcass. She's happy.
And some ticks.
Yeah, and some ticks.
I enjoyed our little excursion through the parks the other night, too. That was a lot of fun. I will say, I left my sunglasses there at like 8:30 at night, right? And I text Chris, and I'm mad at myself, and I'll be darned, by the next morning, they were at the Southfield Rec Center, and I could go pick them up. I mean, I thought that was pretty special, extra. And it was nice. You know, the fact that you are trying hard to spread more of the Oakland County Parks funding into areas of the county where there's never been any Oakland County Parks funding, I think is really, really important. In my community, you gave us $100,000 for a new city park that we're building, and I'm on the southwest end of the county. You're talking about Beechwood, that's over there in Southfield, and I think that's really good. And as I have sat and listened to folks last week in the board meeting screaming at us about how transit isn't going to, you know, I live in an area, somebody got up literally and said, well, I live in Springfield Oaks, and we have 300 acres of parks that belong to the city, and I'm thinking, yeah, and you also have Springfield Oaks Park, and none of that property is paying taxes, and yet you want to tell me that, you know, the rest of us can't have public transit because you're not going to use it. I look at the two things very similarly. We live in a county where the economic levels are very diverse, the terrain is very diverse. It's a big, big place, and it's important, I think, for us to think holistically about our population and try and serve everybody out of these organizations and or as many people as possible with all of these initiatives. So I just was thinking with transit, you know, I've been fighting for transit, and you're not transit, you're parks, but we also don't have parks out where I am that we've been paying for. So I like the equity lens that you're taking on all of this and trying to get more Oakland County Parks dollars into areas where they haven't serviced before. I love the golf courses. You know, I have great memories on some of the very northern golf courses in this county, but there's more to parks than the 5 golf courses we started out with. So I really appreciate the work that you're doing to really spread it into all of these different communities in the ways that suits the communities, what they really want. Commissioner Powell.
I was just going to say thank you, Chris. You know, Chris has helped me throughout just being a commissioner when I got here, from understanding things, pointing out stuff, walking me through things. And then when he became a parks leader, he immediately reached out and we talked, and he's like, you know, how can I help Pontiac? Pontiac has been overlooked for years. We know that, right? And so we do have a current partnership going, and he did get some grant dollars for it. So just thank you. Just thank you for everything. Because this commissioner always has depended on Chris for just to even from an open mind on things to from an advice standpoint too. So, and he does advise for me to make the final decision. He has not pushed it to where it's for his only on his own enjoyment in whatever I decide. So just thank you for that. Thank you.
All right, that's great. As long as you keep voting for parks.
Commissioner McGillivray.
Just one other thing. We do have a problem that we're looking at and trying to tackle that problem, and that's our conference centers at the golf courses. They've been losing under the system that we're working, so Chris is in the process of looking at some other ways that we can run them so that it's at least break even. They're important to have at the golf courses for golf outings and stuff like that, but our whole process with the catering companies that are under contract with us, it just isn't working out. And so we're trying to approach that and try to tackle that at the same time. So.
Good, thank you.
And I just want to correct one thing. I don't want people to have the impression our dog parks aren't safe. It's, we do get, it's in the off-season, that's the number one cause we get. Of course, that's where the number one activity is as well. That's cool. Yes. We certainly get more calls in some of the more active areas of the park system this time of year. So, you know, it's been a learning curve for me, joining parks and kind of working through the year. So.
My dog doesn't do well in a dog park. I don't take my dog to the dog park because I don't take my dog to the dog park because he doesn't behave well around other dogs, you know? He just wants to do his thing, and it's not good, so, yeah. Okay, anybody else got anything for parks? We love you, parks, you know that, so.
All right, thank you.
I know, man. They're gonna go home on time today, Chris.
I'm not going to be able to get my head out of the door.
Yeah, there you go. Thanks for coming in. Thanks for all you do.
Maybe.
Bye, Chris. Bye, team.
Oh, bye, Charlie.
Okay, so this isn't on here. Human
I would have
resources.
expected more questions out of you, Charlie.
He has some today.
Give me with them yourself. I'm not doing that one.
Okay, so,
Human resources.
this says 410. Yeah, it's not what you're telling them, hurry up, because they're gonna.
They might have spit, right?
All
He'll probably take
right. We're gonna recess just until the next group gets here. They're not here yet, so.
What page is that again? I just forgot.
Yeah, leave it open.
Okay. So we are welcoming the Human Resources Department, and they're.
Kind of, sort of.
Kind of, sort of. Well, that's what it says on my paper, but, you know, you can talk about whatever you want to talk about. And so we'd ask you today to introduce yourselves and the folks you brought with you, and then go through your presentation, and I'm sure we'll have some questions when you're finished. We might have some questions while you're going through it, too.
That's perfect.
Okay, so welcome.
Well, first, thank you, Chairwoman Markham and committee members. I appreciate the opportunity to come in and present. I'm Rudy Hobbs, Deputy County Executive, and to my right.
Jennifer Persons.
And so we're here to kind of talk a little bit, walk you through our DEI budget presentation. I think it's important, though, before we even begin the presentation, I just kind of want to address a couple of things just kind of right off the top. So there's been a shift in thought in terms of how, you know, we approach our DEI budget. I think that, you know, historically, you know, you have found that the DEI budget was housed in our HR budget. The county executive, after a conversation with the leadership team, and then also conversations with members of the commission, I think that we have made a decision at this point to move the DEI budget to its own line item, and then you will see the DEI budget under the county executive's budget. So you'll see that amendment at some later date. So I just wanted to make sure that that was clear right off the top for commissioners as we move through.
When you say later date, you mean before we pass the budget, correct?
Oh, for sure.
Okay, I'm just making sure for clarity.
Kyle wouldn't allow the budget to pass without the
No, I'm
amendment.
just making sure.
Okay.
For the people listening.
For the record.
Yeah,
Okay.
for the record, okay.
So with that being said, I would like to kind of jump through our presentation and kind of, you know, walk you through, you know, a number of the things that, you know, are areas that we wanted to share. So for our key accomplishments, as you can see, I should also say before I even go further, Robin Carter Cooper, who was our former Chief Diversity and Equity Inclusion Officer, accepted a position, so she's no longer with the county. So Jen and I are here to present the DEI budget on the county executive's behalf. But while she was here over those 2 years, I think she was very, very productive. You know, being the first DEI officer of the county, I think that, you know, she leaves this work feeling very proud about the accomplishments that she's had at the county, the relationships that she's built, and then pretty much, the foundation that she laid for, the next DEI officer. And so some of those accomplishments, is really kind of partnering with leaders, from all over the county. Our sustainability officer, Aaron and Robin, worked very, very well together. Welcoming Oakland, which is some of our immigration efforts. Robin was very instrumental in working with Melanie in creating those initiatives. And also the Health Equity Committee, one of the few equity committees that really existed, before Robin, came on board. Robin worked very, very well with them, and that's one of the departments I oversee. So there was a lot of synergy between Robin and our health division and their equity efforts. I will also say that, the KPI process that we went through, and I'm sure all of you have been hearing, all the great KPIs that our team has developed at the, at the department level, at the service level, those are all KPIs that, that Robin and her team reviewed and provided input. I think one of the biggest accomplishments that we've had so far, particularly around DEI, is completing the cultural assessment. We started that process, I almost feel like it was about a year and a half ago now, a year ago. So we completed that, we started that process about a year ago, and now we're just not getting that information back. So hopefully, in the next, coming months, we'll be talking to our Board of Commissioners, bringing them up to date about where we're at, with our cultural assessment and how we want to move forward and what that plan looks like. And then
Commissioner Powell has a
with
question.
the cultural assessment, when you say a couple months, last I knew, we possibly was supposed to probably see it sometime in the summer. And I just want to, because months can be loose.
Right.
So
I think
what's the timeframe?
I think what's important to note though is that one, we lost the leader of the cultural assessment. With Robin stepping out of the door, I think that that's going to take some time for us to kind of like get our ducks in a row to bring that to you. I think that we're going to be meeting very soon to really kind of put together what I would call a calendar. I have no problem in terms of sharing. Once we kind of develop that calendar, I have no problem sharing that calendar with anyone that's interested.
Thank you.
Yep.
Commissioner Long.
Just real quick, so there's this Oakland County total workforce, and it's divided by race. Did that come out from the study?
That's simply, it did come from the study, but that's simply just the employees that we have here at the county.
Okay.
That pull from Workday.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you. There is that in here.
Yeah, no,
With
I
the
requested-
percentage. Okay. Thank you.
I have requested that.
Thank you. Okay.
So then kind of just going back to our equity council, I think this is also one of the major milestones that, that we were able to kind of, check the box on. Robin came in with a vision that we would create a council that will, bring in voices from all over the county where we could, this equity council could come, together, talk about issues that confront the county, see opportunities for training, take what they learned from the council back to their divisions. So this is, I always used to joke with Robin about, like, this is kind of her way of having, several Robins, always in every division, being present everywhere. And so you can see, with this council, how many hours they completed in terms of training, and they designed the DEI training for all new equity council members. And I think there's going to be another batch of equity council members coming on
This fall, we're
this
looking
fall.
at that.
Yep. So we'll be opening up that application. Some other key accomplishments. Our first Juneteenth panel discussion was very successful, had over 4,000 views. They started to look at our demographic report from a quarterly perspective. You can see out of the deputies, 2 of us have completed our diversity professional certification training, and then partner with workforce development to provide training on hiring through the equity lens to internal and external partners across the state. So looking at some of our KPI indicators, I think it's important for you to note that, we believe that DEI should be, in every single division in the county. So understanding that every division, you'll see a KPI that's dedicated to equity. So it's not just the DEI's, office responsibility to come up with, their own KPIs, right? Everyone needs to embrace it if we're going to operationalize it here in the county. So I want you to kind of understand that from a very broad perspective before we go through these 5. And they're very simple. It's not, it's not nothing too complicated. So I'll just kind of go through them and tick through them real quick. So a number of department equity teams across the county. So that's looking at every one of our divisions. We're looking at Children's Village right now, developing an equity team. I will hope that my community corrections team will formalize their equity team. So kind of creating these equity teams across the county. A number of community members who participate in the equity, in the annual equity event. I think that's going to be something that the new DEI officer will have to kind of develop what that equity event or events look like. The percent of employees who participate in DEI principles as measured by employee survey. Percent of employees who report a change of thinking, behavior, or leadership as a result of DEI training, and all this will be gathered through a survey. And a percent of county policies reviewed for equity impact. And there's a number of county policies that we have. I think that Robin was starting to look at our county policies, maybe take 30 this year, maybe look at another 50 next year. But that is the goal of our DEI office, is to really kind of review some of those county policies along with equity teams that we have across the county. I think I kind of talked about one key budget change already in terms of how we're gonna represent the DEI budget, not necessarily under HR, but in the county executive's office. You'll see that probably the two things I would just like to note, that there will be one DEI coordinator position to support the DEI efforts. We're looking at about $80,000 for that. And then creating a $200,000 special event line item, and that will go, towards any type of equity events that we have in the county. And then you also see the additional $80,000 to support DEI training across the county. And then some are our 2023 initiatives, and these could change depending on who our DEI officer is, right? I don't want to lock anybody in, but you'll see the implementation of an equity action plan based on the countywide culture assessment. That's kind of some of those recommendations that we'll be implementing. Establish the department equity teams to build DEI capacity across the county. We talked about that a little bit already. And then also implement a countywide DEI training plan to build awareness and capacity in all employees, and then also developing our annual equity event. So with that, I would love to be able to take any questions that folks may have around the equity budget.
Anybody have any comments or questions?
Thank you.
Oh, is that Commissioner Charles? Did you have a question?
I sure do, and I did log in as Civic Clerk, FYI, just to be proper. Hi, Deputy Hub. Hopefully you can hear me just fine. My question actually is about this newfangled concept of putting a J on DEI. And I just was wondering if you hadn't taken any time to think about that, if it's a part of your long-term strategy, just any thoughts on that. Apparently it's DEIJ now, and I was just curious if you put any thought into the J piece.
I'll be very honest. I have not given thought about the J. I think that when we onboard a new DEI officer, I think we can have that conversation in terms of, whether or not we want to add the J. And, I would prefer to have someone who's a practitioner in this space. I always make note that I'm not a practitioner, as I am a huge supporter. I do get it. I'm an advocate. I'm an ally, but I'm not a practitioner. So I will hope that whenever we bring our practitioner on board, they can make a recommendation about, any changes to the title of the office.
I appreciate that, and I just want to say Parks is meeting tomorrow with like an ad hoc committee on DEI, and so will you be able to offer support or scaffolding for the department in that regard, as far as best practices and how we can move forward, so we're not just all doing our own thing?
Yeah, I think that that's something that Jen and I could talk about and figure out, where we can fit in and what kind of advice we can provide.
Thank you.
That's all
Was that everything, Commissioner?
Yes, that is all I have.
Thank you. Anybody else? Commissioner Powell?
I don't know if this question is to fall under DEI or HR eventually, but after reviewing the numbers with the minority breakdown, what are some strategies or things that we're looking to possibly try to increase that minority count overall with our county employees?
I think I will leave that for HR.
Okay, I just didn't know which one. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
I think Commissioner Cavell has a question.
Yeah, hi. Well, I have a couple, but real quick, hey, Rudy and Jen, could you repeat back the positions? You were saying one position, $200K for events.
Yeah, and then $80,000 for training.
Okay, because I thought I read in the budget book that it was $500K set aside for DEI. Was the recommended original that was going to go under HR? So is it still going to be $500K recommended under the county executive only, or is it going to be this 280 position? Or did I misread something?
We're checking. Give us 1 second, Commissioner.
Yeah.
They're looking it up.
we're looking at our budget book.
Right, you're gonna force me to look up what I wrote a couple months ago.
Now,
If you could remember everything, I don't think you'd be here now.
Look at me. The character, yes.
First, I need to find the right page.
Charlie, do you know the page number? Is it in a big book or the
So
little?
that $500,000 is sort of a global number in terms of things, intended to support the county's diversity initiatives overall. So it includes both the things we're talking about right here. It also includes, for example, the position that's been added in purchasing, which will, part of whose responsibility will be to increase vendor outreach and diversify our supplier base. So there's a few different things in that number, including the things that Rudy just talked about.
okay. So the budget with the transfer from HR over to under county executive, there wasn't any cuts or downsizing or down?
Correct.
Okay, got it.
It's just where the funds are housed.
Okay, thank you. And then the cultural assessment, that started before I showed up, so anyone please correct me, but I thought that was a board initiative. Was that right? The board initiated that or launched that, or was that the county executive that launched it and we just voted that?
That was the county exec that launched it.
Okay.
Yep.
Cool. And then the last thing I was going to say is then the survey, again, because this is happening before I showed up, it's more than race, right? It's about ability and, all these other things. It categorizes all this stuff. Okay.
It's more than race.
It's not just Black people. Okay.
Yep.
Okay, cool. Thanks.
Okay, anybody else? Commissioner Moss?
Yes, thank you. I'm looking at a lot of the KPIs, and a lot of them look very, very vague and sort of nebulous. I wonder, are there any goals and timetables in this as well for the achievement of certain levels?
That I don't have the answer to in terms of like when we're going to actually meet these goals, right? I think that what we would like to do is be able to report this data, as we report all our KPIs, in a very transparent way. I think that you'll start to see this data, be collected, be measured, and over time you'll see, our ability, to make headway and progress in the areas that we outlined.
I've missed. I'm sure I can look up the DEI principles, but I'm assuming that you have certain, like I said, goals, hard measurables in mind.
Well, I think that for one, let's look at number one, the number of Department of Equity teams across the county. I think that, from our former DEI officer, I mean, she would have wanted, every division, to have a DEI, equity team. So I think that, understanding how many divisions that we would have, I think that's how she would have, measured progress. How many teams do we have total? And then how many equity teams do we actually have existing, amongst those teams? So I think that would have been the benchmark.
So how many people would be in an equity team, like 2 or 3 or?
It depends on the size of the department. Part.
So.
Could be 5, 10.
And there would be one of the teams for every department.
That would be the goal.
Would they be DEI division people, or would they be people within the department who would also have that extra responsibility?
People within the department would be on the department equity teams. And then I believe the Equity Council would also have some involvement there. So we have representation from most departments, and we're looking to have from all on the equity team. So whomever is on the equity team will also work with the equity teams in the departments.
And there's already an equity team that exists, right? So health has an equity team. I think it's smaller than 10 people, more than 5, right? These are nurses, these are nutritionists, these are environmental health individuals. So, I mean, this is a number of folks that come together, and make sure that, we're delivering services through an equitable manner.
Okay, so I just want to be sure that as we're talking about this, you do have goals and timetables, and you do have numerical targets and things that you can measure yourselves against.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
Okay. I think Commissioner Cavell has another question.
Yeah. And Rudy, even though I'm remote, I can see the head shake. I see you.
I was smiling. I literally was smiling. I heard your voice and I smiled.
Okay, I can only see the back of your head. My bad. So, two real quick questions. So the quarterly reports that you're talking about, do those go to LAGO committee, or would that be the relevant committee? Do we regularly have access to those, or?
No. So these were quarterly reports that Robin and her team was collecting, looking at our demographics in each of the departments, and then they were being handed out to the deputies so that we can be, so we'll be knowledgeable about what does the demographics look like in all our departments and divisions. So it was more used for internal, so that we'll have, again, knowledge. Kind of where our divisions, departments currently stand as it relates to demographics.
Okay, is it too out of line for us to get those as like a communications in the relevant committee quarterly?
I personally, I would say that that should be a conversation offline and kind of really figure out, the cadence of that. I think transparency is important. I don't think anyone's trying to hide anything, but I really do think that we should try to figure out what that cadence looks like for those who want to know that information.
Okay, cool. And then last question was, how's the Equity Council doing now that there isn't the director? There's a transition plan, or people are still able to meet and there's growth? How's it going?
Yeah, it's going fine. We have a planning team that Robin helped to initiate this during this past year. So we work together to plan each monthly meeting. We have plans for various training topics and things for us to do for the next few months. So we're hoping, also looking forward to getting the new DEI officer so that we can involve that person and have their input. But yeah, we have plenty of things to do.
Melva, did you want to add anything at all?
No, I just second what Jen said. We have a plan that we're moving forward.
Okay.
Okay, Commissioner, was that your last question?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else have anything for Rudy and the DEI team? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming in, and
Thank you.
Being in transition is hard sometimes. Okay, so next up, I think we have Human Resources. We have April.
You guys can come up with me. You can do, like, right here.
Yep.
So Neil, you can be here.
Just
and-
make sure that you pull your mics up close.
Melva, there's spots over here too that have a mic. Oh, yeah, I'll come over here. Oh, we're done. You're gonna put my red one up? Okay.
Try to pull the mics up close to your faces because they're.
I didn't realize. Looking at details separately.
All right, are we ready? Welcome.
Thank you.
This is the Department of Human Resources. Please introduce yourself and who you brought with you, and then make your presentation, and we'll have lots of questions, I'm sure.
Thank
You're
you.
a big department. So.
My name's April Lynch. I'm Deputy County Executive and Acting HR Director. Sitting to my right is Stephanie Bedricky. She oversees our benefits team and retirement, so she has a lot to do with the Fringe Benefit Fund. And then I have Sunil Asija. He's our newest member to the team. He's our Deputy HR Director and is assisting in all the HR roles and specifically really focused on learning and development. And then Susan Locke is our talent acquisition manager. She's been leading the recruiting team this last year, trying to move some of our goals forward there. And Melva Allen is our supervisor. She just changed positions just a couple months ago, I think, was it just before the holiday? Or January. She is now our supervisor of internship and apprenticeships. So she'll be here on hand as well for any questions that we may have, specifically some programs within HR. And I think I have a few members online if we need to go into any other brain trust here in HR. So again, as everybody else has indicated, we have our own KPIs. We were considered in the second cohort, if that makes sense. So we were in the second round of folks who worked on our headline KPIs and are finishing up our service level KPIs. So our headliners right now are focusing on a percentage of hires from minoritized groups, percent of employees reporting that rate Oakland County government as good or excellent place to work, percent of senior level managers from minoritized groups, a number of employees with post-secondary education and or industry certification, and focusing on time to hire and fill positions within Oakland County. Those are headliners.
Commissioner Moss.
Yes, Madam Chair. What is a minoritized group? I know what a minority group is. I don't know what is.
Sure.
I mean, I can imagine, but why don't you tell me what is a minoritized group?
Those that fall in the category of in the diverse area or in the EO4, any race, gender, identity, things of that nature. That's what Robin had always encouraged us to use the word, so diverse populations. Race is a big one, gender, sexual identity, all of those are protected classes.
A very large and very wide group of that have been minoritized is because they have been defined as minority.
Yeah.
Okay.
Correct, yeah.
Right.
Majority would be race in this particular area.
Okay. Thank you.
Was that your question too?
Right.
Again today.
I know,
Learned something.
right?
All right.
I know, I wish Robin were here to talk us through it.
Okay. Yep. You can keep going.
Okay, perfect. And just to kind of show you where we are a little bit on our percentage of diverse applicant pool, you can start to see that we are trending upward, which we're really excited about. Lots of work to continue to do on a percentage of diversity of new hires. And you can see there, it kind of shows you a little bit of how we'll start reporting our headline KPIs to be able to, show progress into all of our goals. So that just shows you a little bit of a snapshot of where we are today. Still lots of work to do, but I just wanted to get the snapshot as of today. Oops. As we talked about service level KPIs, we're in the end stages. I think we have a meeting on Monday to formalize those service level KPIs within each unit. And so once those are available, we'll be, of course, sharing those as well. Key budget changes, one of the questions was our workforce reductions. We did eliminate 2 positions back in 2020, so we did meet our 4% goal. As it relates to new investments, we have one of the big ones is a new applicant tracking system. It's a very clunky program that we currently have. It does not allow us to report very well. Susan and her team do a lot of hand calculations, but most importantly, we get a lot of feedback from our candidates and those that are interested in working with us that they give up pretty quickly with our program. It's very difficult to maneuver, so this should help with that as well and help us make sure that we don't miss any good candidates. A couple other things that we're looking at this year is we are allocating $50,000 a year for a scholarship for Little Oaks. Right now, there is through Bright Horizons is a scholarship program that if employees meet a certain income threshold, that they could qualify for reduced costs to their child care. So we're really excited about putting that out, and once we move that forward, we'll take a look at what the parameters are and we'll bring that back to the board. The other thing that we're looking at is increasing tuition by $50,000. This will allow employees to request reimbursement for books and other fees. We are trying to remove roadblocks for those who want to further their education, and sometimes by still needing, every dollar counts. We want to make sure we remove any barriers. So we'll be bringing that back to the board as well to readjust our policy and procedures for books and, yeah.
Just real quick,
Yeah.
furthering education and careers and stuff within the governmental sector though, right? This is not just any career.
Yeah, I mean, for the most part, but
something that benefits the county. Okay,
most of
I'll
them
just-
do. I
just
mean,
quick,
if it's
okay.
in basket weaving, I mean, I think we do allow that, but not many people do that. But we really want people to further their education in any capacity, and sometimes maybe Oakland County's not the place where they can, do that, but we can at least support them in that endeavor. But for the most part, they're mostly people are finding their niche within Oakland County.
Okay.
A couple of things too. A major funding shift that you'll see here is back in 2015, we implemented a disability workers program, and it was taken out of what's called, you might have saw a line item called emergency salaries. And so for the last 6-7 years, it's been a program that we have worked through, but never really formalized it, never made sure that we're hitting any markers or anything like that. So Melva has taken on actually creating more of a program that actually has parameters and boundaries and make sure that we can track to making sure that we're having success, which is making sure these employees get placed and making sure that we also have that budget for it. So we're just literally taking the money, what we were already spending on it, and moving it into HR so that Melva has more autonomy to do what we need to do to build that program up. So no change in dollars, just a change in where it's funded. A couple other initiatives for us here is, of course, working with DEI officer to implement a leadership training program specifically for DEI. Is talking with Robin, and I'm assuming the new person as well as we get moving on that. Is that there are some trainings that we'll be able to do in-house, but there will be some that we'll want to do outside, and we'll need support for that. And the biggest push will be to get it on all of our leadership within Oakland County training. We have about 400 to 500 people that we tag as in some kind of leadership position. Does that sound about right? You both are nodding your heads at me. Okay. We'll be looking at realigning our goals and processes and policies to support the findings of the culture in the workplace study that we are hoping to be released in September and October. One thing with human resources is a lot of times it's redeploying how we do things and doing things differently. We may not necessarily need new new positions or anything to do that, but just kind of reallocating and relooking at what we're doing. So we believe that we'll be able to do that with the current staff we have. The big push for us as we continue through 22 into 23 is continue to modernize our talent acquisition. We need to be able to continue to support talent and invest in retention as well. And so by making some of these changes and more recruiting dollars, we can make sure that we're getting the right candidates and making sure we can get them in the building.
Commissioner Powell.
Okay, I just want to be very, very clear.
Yeah.
April, you just said September, October. Rudy was up there talking about just a month.
I know, right?
So
we really want to try
we're shooting for
we
September,
are.
October.
I think October is a safe bet. We really want to move this along. People are asking, our employees are asking. I know. I appreciated his.
I'm just trying to.
I know. I'll tell you what. You hold me accountable.
Okay.
You call me. All right. I got you. I get it. No, you're right.
But I'll check in.
Yep. No, I appreciate you.
Check in.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
So you saw already a request for a different talent acquisition program, as well as we're adding more funds for recruiting efforts, in particular in diversity and other areas to recruit. Like for instance, one of the things is Indeed.com is becoming our most large source for not only in diverse candidates, but candidates in general. And so just about 2 months ago, I think we were able to, we worked with Corporation Counsel to start doing what's called sponsored ads. That has absolutely increased our candidate pool as well as the diversity in our candidate pool as well. So looking at that, Susan's team looks every month at where we're getting our sources and what's working, what's not working, and reallocates that the way as appropriate. As I mentioned, we had moved and continue to move and dedicate a position. Melva is taking that on for apprenticeships and internships to support the growth and development of employees and potential candidates. We're pleased to announce, I don't know if you've heard, that we just got our apprenticeship certification here at WRC. due to the large efforts here of Melva and her team, and to really start moving into apprenticeships, as well as looking at a formal internship program all the way from high school into college. So she's
Paid
here.
intern, right?
Pardon?
Paid
Yep. Oh, absolutely.
internships?
Yep, absolutely. As requested in the PowerPoint anticipated IT project, we already talked about the applicant tracking system, and we are looking at, we have an issue in our retirement. We have to, the way we do our 1099, so more technical. And then as it relates to our contracts, you'll know we're up for bid for quite a bit of them this next year. In particular, all of our healthcare will be up, and we'll be going all at once, which actually works out really well because you get a synergy when all of them are open at one time. So you'll see that happening probably starting in January, if I'm not mistaken. And then I don't know how many people know this, but Little Oaks Child Care, while we own the building, we actually contract with a service industry that actually does and knows how to run a child care service. They run all of the day-to-day operations, making sure we meet licensing and do all of that. We just provide the space and make sure that the contract is meeting the needs of our employees. Also, too, it's important to note in the fringe benefit fund is your retirement, it's health care, it's training, and a few other things that are in the fringe rate that you often see here with Oakland County. As we had discussed, I think we did a presentation back before the budget process about a 5-year model. So far, we're meeting all of our markers. All of the things that we said, we've shifted some things, took some things out, put some things in that would be more sense. But so far, Kyle will be happy to know that we have so far hit our markers and might be ahead of the game in some of them. And the changes that you would see, there was what we called internal changes, a lot of things behind the scenes. There was a couple points of inflection that we would have with our employees. 2023 will be the first one with an increase in contribution of $10 a pay period. That'll be the first time since 2009, 9, that we've had any increase. All of the unions have agreed to that as well. And so that will be coming during the budget process in a formal MR for that. And then we don't see another impact to employees until 2025, and that will be the increase in drug copays. In 2026, we have a tentative idea of potentially increase in biweekly contributions, but then we're hoping we have some other options as well. And I think in record time, I have the floor open for questions, and my team can help with any of that.
Okay. I will open it up to questions. Commissioner Powell.
Okay, it was discussed, so we got a list of questions.
I know you do.
It was discussed during a presentation to the board that there was a possibility of employees having to increase contributions to cover the cost of rising benefits. We know that the contract is included in this budget. Are there preliminary discussions on what this may cost for fiscal year 23 through 25?
How much it will cost the employees, or and how much we'll save? Yeah, it's here. I'll show you. Yep. So the goal, the employee contribution will actually be about $1 million savings in 2023, and then in 2025, the drug copay, I believe, is about $325, $350 in savings for 2025. And we're doing a lot of other things behind the scenes that are saving us a lot of money as well.
Okay,
so
and then the other question is there any expected changes in employee benefits?
No, right now, that was one of the things when we talked about the task force, is that it became very clear that, they would rather see changes like this rather than plan design changes. So we've agreed over this next 5 years, we're not doing any current plan design changes to our 2 largest plans, which is our PPO 3 for Blue Cross, or PPO
1 and 2.
Thank you. The Blue Cross and ASR. We are looking at adding, though, potentially a better narrow network and a high deductible plan for those employees who might be interested, but we will not be taking away the big ones.
Okay, and then my question I asked prior to just, you know me.
I got you.
This is something that's very
Absolutely.
concerning of me, and I just wanted to know what are some things, or you're looking to maybe try to attract more minorities to make us a little more diverse?
Sure, and I'm happy to take it, and if this team wants to add to it at all, I'm happy to do so. So one of the things that we do is, first and foremost, are we sourcing in the place that people know we're actually hiring? So we really have been trying to make sure that where we spend our recruiting dollars and what we do with recruiting helps get the candidates actually in the door. And then, so that's the first thing, at trying to increase the percentage of our pool. And so actually Susan's team look every month to see where they're sourcing their candidates from. And that's when she really pushed for us to look at the sponsored ads with Indeed.com and things of that nature, because we were finding that source to be raising our applicant pool. So we do stuff like that, as well as more diversity job fairs as well. We do quite a few of those per year, if I'm not mistaken. And I think I'm hoping that these apprenticeships and the internships as well will also help connect early students into knowing and understanding what Oakland County can do and be a career path for them as well. And then, of course, internally taking a look at a lot of bias training, because we can get the candidate in, but if they don't get hired, or they'll pass probation, or they can't continue to thrive here in Oakland County, we're working on plans on all of those pieces. I will tell you too, a reminder, in about a year ago, we blinded our applications. So when people get an application, they actually don't see who the person is or where they live. So that also takes away some bias when they start looking at who they potentially bringing in for interviews. So we have a lot of work to do, and we'll continue to work very closely with the DEI office to look at strategies that make sense.
And then just to, because I was here in 18, I know it was before you, so I don't know if you was able to look at those numbers, but based off what was told to me then, we've seen a decrease a little bit, right?
Okay.
So if you know of what is some reasons? Is it just that they're finding better employment? Because I know we were trying to be competitive. What was some of them? If you kept track, if not, or if that's going to be reported in our study, I can wait to.
Yeah, I'll look at, because I think we were using 2019 as our locus of control, but I can look back at 2018 and see.
No, it would have been 19.
Okay, yeah,
it would have been 19.
Yes.
My first year was January 19.
Yeah, so those numbers should be fairly accurate. So we've gone up in a little areas and down in some areas. And one of the things I want to look at that I haven't had a chance to is, remember we had that VSIP as well. How many people left there too? We had a lot of people leave over the last year, and honestly, we have a lot of openings right now. So we're hoping that as we start to fill all of those, that we kind of see a little right in that ship. Yeah, those were good questions.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
I'm done.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Cavell is motioning that he has a question.
No,
Yeah,
right?
thanks. I'm calling in. Hello, everybody. So actually, to what you were just asking, Commissioner Powell, I think it's the second or third slide. Would you mind going back to that, April, about the recruitment KPIs? It looks like you're showing that the applicant pool went up in the last year. Could you talk a little bit more about how many, we went up by 1% of diversity from 28 to 29% based on 2018 to 22. So like how many folks-ish is that? What do you count as diversity? Because it's not just skin color and all that. There's a lot of things. Can you help explain this?
Yeah, I'm going to turn that over. Yeah, I'm going to turn it over to Susan a little bit and give you a little more clarity.
So the way that we count the minoritized group is in conjunction with the DEI office. So we look at American Indian, Hispanic or Latino, Black or African American, Native Hawaiian, Pacific Islander, all of the standard categories, for the minoritized group. And then what we do is we look at the total number of applications that are received, and then we look at the number of minoritized groups, and then I get the percentage from those two numbers.
Okay, thank you. And then how do we feel about the increase, right? So it's a percentage. There was a bit of a dip. Is that due to the pandemic?
It probably was due to the pandemic, the dip, but there are two things that I think really increased the pool, and number one was blinding the applications. We really, in recruitment, we feel that really was a positive thing to do. And number two, Indeed sponsorship really in looking at the numbers before we had Indeed and after Indeed are quite striking. And so Indeed has really boosted our numbers.
Okay, and you mentioned the blind application. Maybe this is an offline conversation, but I've heard that blind applications can actually increase or hurt diversity intentions. Would love to maybe talk with you offline more about that. Don't mean to take the group's time, but that, right, if you're not being intentional about hiring diverse candidates, that doing a blind thing might make you lean towards your natural implicit biases because it's a blind thing. So, anyways, so would love to talk more about that offline.
I'd be happy to.
Yeah, and then regarding the healthcare, since all the contracts are coming up, I read somewhere recently that the Board of Commissioners can have folks on all the evaluation panels for contracts. Is that something you're willing to let one or some of us or staff join in on for the healthcare contracts?
We'll have to look into that.
Okay.
I'll get back to you. Thank you.
Okay. And then lastly, you said you're interim HR director. So is that that's been for a minute though, right? Like yeah, what's the plan there?
Sure, glad you asked. Actually, I've been in and out of being the interim HR director now for almost 3 years. But we went again in January of this year and just did not find an HR director that we felt was the best fit here for Oakland County. And so given my continued relationship with department directors, employees, unions and such, we've decided that I'm going to maintain my position as both HR director and deputy county executive for a while and just continue. We have a lot of really amazing projects we want to move forward, and it just makes sense right now to keep me in this space for a while.
Okay. Do you have any other questions, Commissioner Cavell?
No.
Okay. Make sure your answer is in the form of a question.
Anybody else? Commissioner Powell? Oh. I'm going to call on Commissioner Powell, and then whoever out in the ether wants to talk, you can go after Commissioner Moss. Powell, Moss.
Okay. Mine is, where has the county positioned the budget for the pharmacy benefits contract? Is this included in the fringe benefits fund?
Yes. Yep. All health care is in fringe benefits.
Okay.
And then also you guys had asked a question about why is that you're not seeing a drawdown in the how much we've used. So we do not use a purchase order system for the healthcare due to the consistent what do you call it, bring down, or what do you guys call it? The spend down, that's what it's called.
Oh, the spend down.
Yeah, so that's why you see it's a little different than the other ones where they're more based on a PO. We don't have a PO system for the healthcare.
Okay. Commissioner Moss, did you have a question?
I do not.
Okay. I don't know if it was Commissioner Cavell or Charles that wanted to ask a question. Commissioner Charles?
Yeah, that would be me with the request in your queue. Hi, April. I can't see any of you. I don't know why. But the question, I have a comment and a congratulations and then a deeper question. So my comment is, my congratulations is I'm really, really impressed with the FSA. I sometimes get FSA, HSA confused, but there was a rollover from last year. And I know I was like panicking and scrambling, like, what can I go buy? Maybe I need some more glasses. But I was so glad when I saw that had rolled over for a little bit extended time. And so I hope everybody is aware of that. Applicant tracking systems, I think Commissioner Cavell and others have talked about just the inherent, sometimes coded in issues with those tracking systems. And so I would, I'm happy that more people of color are applying, but it's not translating into hiring. And I'd like to I'm counting on you all to assure us that even though it's an application tracking system, that there's still some human beings making the final decision. And then the question that I have is about facilities. And I'm, you know, you've got a huge department like the chair said. And my concern with facilities is that we've heard from departments over the last 2 weeks about some things with facilities. For example, no real barrier between the public and staff. You know, someone can go around the corner, maybe at the Register of Deeds, and then you've got other facility concerns that have come across each report just about, whether it's fire suppression or even alarms going off, and nobody's really saying why the alarm is going off. So you're basically having a whole building evacuated and department heads don't know why. There's no, I don't know if the right word is communication plan for that, and I'd love for you guys to spend some time there. But when we talk about communication, I'm hearing that, you know, tiles are falling on people's heads and they are not getting any response back from HR or facilities. And I want you to have an opportunity to address that so that we can nip this in the bud and just make sure everybody's safe and sound. If you could speak to
Sure. So, I mean, Ed Joss and his team over at facilities do take that very seriously. So I'm hoping that there aren't tiles on people's heads. But part of the process, too, is, you know, we've been looking at, over the last year, all of our CIP projects that we've had, you know, a lot that has been undone for quite some time. And so part of it is they're doing, I mean, if there is somebody who has a tile falling on their head, we need to know about that now. But we need to take a look at holistically what is happening with all of our buildings and how we want to go about prioritizing those. So that is also, I know we've been in a year of studies, is rounding toward the end. And we're in the draft stages of finalizing that as well to bring back to the board. You know, it's upwards of about $1 billion worth of deferred capital. So, but again, I think that I feel as though I've heard very many positive responses on facilities taking care of those immediate issues. And I would, if anybody had said that, I would encourage them to definitely reach out to Ed, or I can take care of it too.
Well, I will jump in on this one because it was a group earlier today, specifically the district courts and the district courthouse in Clarkston, which is half the size it should be, falling apart. They went 4 days without heat. They have a third of their staff out with COVID right now because they feel like they're on top of each other. And the court administrator sat right there in your chair an hour and a half ago and told me she had a tile fall on her head. So that situation, the courthouse in Clarkston, is one of these big problems that we keep hearing about every year.
Yep.
And it's not getting any better. And they're practically screaming at us when they come in here with nobody's listening to us. In fact, she read through a whole list of requests that she has made in the last 3 months for facilities issues, and they are getting no response. So I'll just put that, it may not be across the county, but specifically the district courts, and even more specifically, the one in Clarkston, we need to deal with that. We cannot continue to tell those people their situation is okay, because it's not. So
I understand. And again, you know, there's that study that's being done right now with that is in its final draft as well. And again, it's part of such a bigger conversation, and we hear you, and I understand they're very frustrated.
Well, they're being told, you know, we asked for the study, we, the Board of Commissioners, and there was a preliminary completion of it. But since then, they haven't heard anything, and neither have we. So is it going to be finished in a month? Is it going to be finished in 6 months? What does it say? You know, it's kind of out there in the middle of nowhere as far as the courts are concerned. And us, too. We haven't heard back.
Understood. I'll make sure to give you guys an update on all of that.
Okay. Commissioner Kowal?
Thank you, Madam Chair. And to just kind of piggyback on that, they also mentioned that because they had 2 rounds of COVID go through, that the employees were forced to use vacation time in place of, because they had to stay home and quarantine or whatever. Did that happen in any other departments in the county?
Yeah.
Where people were forced to use their vacation times because of that?
Yes, and just the hours for COVID have been gone for a while. So right now, people are using their own time for COVID, just as they would the flu or any other illness.
So you mean they used up their sick days or whatever, and, but this is a little bit different because even if you're exposed, you're supposed to quarantine, so I was just.
Yeah, yes.
Yeah, I was really disappointed to hear that.
Okay.
That
Yeah, I was too,
you have
that-
to use your vacation days because you're essentially forced to stay home. You might not be sick, but whatever, so I was not happy to hear that.
Understood.
Correct. I agree. I think everybody in this room was very disturbed to hear that. And if they used up their vacation time, they were not getting paid, which doesn't make sense. When their conditions are driving them to sit closely together and they're all going out at once with COVID, that's it's an indicator that it's the system. Commissioner Moss, followed by Commissioner Powell.
Yeah, I'd like to suggest that the concerns raised and summarized by our chair, I appreciate that there are studies going on and that there are policies, and I do appreciate that, but that at least some sort of a summary report on these two situations. I think one is facilities and the condition of the court, and the other is HR policies of vacation time for COVID. I'd like a report back to this committee, to the chair, and I would like to suggest the time to be about 2 weeks so that we can find out where we're at on this and where we might be willing to go and get on it. That's what I'd like to suggest, Madam Chair, if you think that might be within what you might be thinking about.
Yeah, I definitely think, time is of the essence here. This has been pushed off for quite a while, and the people who are feeling it are not feeling responded to. I think, we're here to talk about your budget, but what has happened is through the course of this, issues are unearthed that may or may not be related to money. Now, are we going to build a new court building? That's related to money. But the situation as it exists today is very, very uncomfortable and hard for them to continue to live with, although they are. So yes, I think 2 weeks. If you can come back to us with a response in a couple of weeks, that would be very helpful. So, Commissioner Powell.
Yeah, I was going to suggest the same thing as far as the vacation time thing for us to kind of revisit that, see if there's any options, and also visit ARPA funding because, again, it's tied to COVID. So, and we know we do have some funds left. So if somehow we can figure it out to kind of fund these people who had this situation, or however April decided to, figure it out, finalize, I think that's something that we can look at and look at the ARPA funding to assist with that. And then my second question is, and if you're going to give us a report, just to update our options. What is options to kind of deal with a scenario or a situation like that? And what are the funding resources that can be funded from? That'd be great. And then my next question, and you may have answered this, but our staff works very hard in putting questions together for
No problem.
to help us. So my next question is, there are a number of contracts, and the only reason why I'm saying this because it may have been somewhat what Charlie asked you, but there are a number of contracts listed in professional service contract summary for the Human Resource Department that indicates no payment for the scope of work has been provided by Oakland County. Is the payment provided on a one-time basis at the end of a contract, and where would the Finance Committee members see the budgeted funding for the professional service contracts identified under Human Resources?
Sure. So if you see, under Human Resources, if you see them under that have not been expended, like it just shows like 70 million, like on Blue Cross Blue Shield, and there's nothing spent, that's because we don't use a PO system for our health care costs. Yeah. And so, but what you will see is the true costs are in the Fringe Benefit Fund. You want to go ahead?
Page 600. And it'll have each of the line items listed out based on whether it's health care, prescription, and it shows the amount that's been paid throughout the year.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
right, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Long, did you have a question?
No.
Oh, okay. You were just making trouble over on the side of the table, I can see. Okay. Anybody else have any questions that they want to ask this group? Charlie, you comfortable?
All good, thank you.
Okay, Yolanda, you good?
Happy hour, right,
Okay.
Charlie?
She's probably offline for a minute. Okay, well, if nobody else has any other questions or comments, thank you very much for coming in. It's a very complicated department, and we appreciate the time you took to spell things out for us.
Thank you.
And, you know, feel free to grab a snack on your way out. We provide food at these hearings, so grab a bottle of water or a snack. Yeah. We have one more thing on the agenda.
Oh, what do we have?
We have a Fiscal Services Amendment List, which is correspondence from Kyle. He's been sitting here quietly waiting for us.
We don't have to vote.
This is just informational, so you know what you're looking at. This is the list of technical amendments that, you know, we would ask the committee to adopt next week at your wrap-up session. We know.
Wait a minute, you technical?
Technical.
Yes.
She means, not IT.
Not IT, right? You say technical.
No. Not information technology, budget technical. So you have a list of amendments. I'm not going to go through these full packet. Certainly, if you have questions between now and next week, let us know. The items under Section A are to true the budget up for amendments that the board has adopted since we issued the recommendation. The items under B and C then are correcting technical oversights. You'll see that the bottom line of all of these amendments is actually to reduce our reliance on fund balance by about $190,000. So these are all, you know, basically net neutral. I would highlight that the Parks Amendment that Mr. Ward referenced during his presentation is included here. The amendment that Rudy referenced with respect to consolidating the DEI funding under the County Executive Office is not here. We will make sure that is added to the list along with any other amendments we suspect the committee may want to consider a few. So that's all I have to say. We're happy to answer questions now or later, but wanted to make sure you knew what you had in front of you for next week.
Okay, so, you know, we've been talking a little bit about this court situation and the digital records question across the county and all of that. And our expectation is that we're going to see some adjustment here for that to be addressed going forward. And I don't know what that looks like yet. I think we're going to have a meeting tomorrow to discuss some things. But I think the feeling of the committee here is that we want to make a statement that this needs to be dealt with and that we don't want to kick this can down the road anymore. And let's look at the funding that's out there, whether it's ARPA or general fund or whatever. And however, we need to talk to the courts. You know, somebody was texting me and said, well, did I think, you know, the situation with the district court, should we draw in circuit court? I also felt like probate court had a story to tell, you know? So I feel like...
risk management.
Risk management, same thing.
Sure.
So, I mean, I could go through my notes and tell you how many departments told us they had.
If I could comment briefly, I don't want to repeat, you know, everything I said at the end of Tuesday's meeting.
Right.
But just to be specific, I mean, all of these projects are in the pipeline. They're being considered. Again, you know, we had 170 IT projects that have been submitted for the IT master planning process for the upcoming 2 years. So, I mean, there's a lot of need here. We recognize investment needs to be made. You know, there is a limit, obviously, to the number of dollars. Specific to the digital records management, as it happens, and I think Sean mentioned this to you when you talked to him earlier today, we had a meeting internally and approved a number of projects that will come forward to you next month on, around digital records management, recognizing that this is a problem across all departments, just in terms of, the county didn't get up to speed as quickly over the last 10 to 20 years in this space. So we have identified funding that's available in the current budget that can be used to help accelerate those projects. One of those is the project that the district court was talking about with respect to automated probation check-in. So again, all these things are being considered. ARP funding, this working with us, the board has allocated certain buckets for county operations. We've tried to prioritize. On the laptop front, the district court has received 57 new laptops, since the pandemic started using federal funding. We have, I forget what the number is, but we have thousands of people still working on desktops that really need laptops to be effective, and we're trying to work through that as funding is available, as the supply chain is available. So again, I won't go on, but all of these things are on our radar. So I just don't want there to be any impression that we're ignoring these requests. They are being considered and prioritized, and funded and brought to you as we are able to.
Okay.
You just keep doing what you're doing, Chair. Yeah. Stay on them. Because we
Yeah.
heard that before, too. Yeah. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Okay.
We could beat you for another half hour, but I think you've heard us today that we want to see something different than standard procedure here going forward. So.
All right, thank you.
Yeah. So appreciate that.
All right. Always appreciate communication.
Yeah.
Recognize there are needs. I just don't want there to be any impression that the county executive isn't recognizing these needs. These are sizable needs that have built up over decades that we're attacking as quickly and systematically as we can.
Appreciate that. Okay. Well, we appreciate all the communication. I'm glad we're talking. That's the only way we can fix this, so.
Certainly.
It's been a good series. Okay, well, that's item 5A. I think next on the agenda, we have public comment. Is there anybody from the public who cares to talk to this committee at this time? Seeing no one, I will close public comment. If there's no other business, I will call this meeting adjourned at 5:09. Thank you, everybody, for coming.